reviewing Utah DOT, its reliance on typically the number one finding is lacking independent cost estimates, because oftentimes when a state goes out on a cooperative procurement, it's what's known as an indefinite term or indefinite quantity contract. And so you don't develop an ICE. And an ICE is required really for all procurements that require cost and price analysis, which is a tied with 3 findings in FY21. Missing FTA clauses. Generally, when we rely on General Service Administration, who provides procurement assistance to all state departments, they're familiar with Utah law. They may not be expert on applicable FTA law. So there really has to be a partnership when an FTA-sponsored procurement is being run through a General Services Administration type agency to ensure that the FTA clauses are there. You basically, as the FTA entity, have to provide that information to whoever your centralized procurement officer is. Insufficient oversight. How many people, again, raise your hands, are 5310, 5311? You're considered subrecipients of the state. And one of the primary findings that we have is that the states, primarily because of lack of personnel, don't have the time necessary to provide oversight of your procurement activities to make sure you're not making mistakes. And then some familiar things, lobbying certifications, protest procedures. Protest procedures retooled considerably with the passage of 2 CFR 200. It used to be, we would say, you're entitled to protest, and if you don't, and you'll decide at city council level, county commission level, whatever your local governing board is. If you don't like our decision, you can go run the FTA and they'll settle it for you. FTA doesn't want to be involved in your procurement disputes. And if you look at the language in 2 CFR 200.318, it says you, as the non-federal entity, are solely responsible for the resolution of all bid protests and contract disputes. FTA will only get involved right now if there is an apparent violation of federal law. So looking to see that you have protest procedures and contract remedy procedures, they should be part and parcel of your procurement policy and or an appropriate standalone policy. If you are issuing formal solicitations, you have an obligation to communicate to prospective vendors what their protest options are. So every IFP and RFP that you issue should have a subsection with Town of Smithville procurement protest procedures. All right, my understanding, we're in Utah, so we're in Region 8, are we not? Yeah. So let's see how Region 8 does compared to the country. So the average number of findings, let's look at FY21 in Region 8 was 4.6. You're slightly above the national average of 3.8. You're not the worst though. Look at 5.9 in Region 3. That's the Philadelphia region, which includes Pennsylvania, Maryland, Virginia, Delaware. They had the highest. Looking at SMRs, Region 8, 13.3. I think that was primarily due to one state. There's a vast range. Look at Region 5, the average 36. Contractors were busy in those state reviews. And then look at Region 2, which is New York City, New Jersey, New York State DOT. They had 0. Then their public transit staffs, they've got 40 people on board.
I'm going to ask, like, what's the resource?
Yeah, and so you can combine them and look at some of those statistics. let's look at some of the things in procurement in FY21 that we saw. Missing clauses is the number one finding. So tell me, when you guys are preparing solicitation documents, I mean, we all know that there's some requirements that have to be in writing at the $2,000 level, Davis-Bacon, for example. How do we know what clauses need to be in a procurement? What resources do we have available at the local level to figure out from this matrix of requirements which ones will apply to this procurement? Do we have any help out there? All right, you're shaking your head. What are you
We have
thinking about?
the Master Services Agreement. We also have the FTA Best Practices Procurement Manual. There's also the contract clauses and provisions document the FTA publishes. You have the circular actually tells you, but it may be outdated, but then you have to also go look at 2 CFR. I mean, there's resources, but there's just a lot of them.
There are, and they change.
Yes.
And
But not
gotta
all.
make sure that some of those resources keep up to date. So someone's mentioned the Best Practices Procurement Manual. It was originally issued about 15, 16 years ago. It was just known as the Best Practices Procurement Manual, BPPM. Now it's the Best Practices Procurement Manual or Procurement and Lessons Learned Manual. And I can't, I was up at 2:30 this morning. And I can't remember the date of that. I think it's around 2016.
Yep.
And that is an excellent source. So sometimes that document, Best Practices Procurement Manual or the Lessons Learned Manual, if you're in the 5310 arena or the 5311 arena, that may not be a document that you know about. And I'll tell you that the original version, the Best Practices Procurement Manual, was not written for you. It was not written for 5310, 5311 recipients. And if you look at all the case studies, they're quoting New York, San Francisco, BART, Salt Lake, but they're not talking about non-urbanized area examples. The Best Practices Manual and Lessons Learned, the updated one, is a little bit more generic and maybe far more useful to you as a 5311 recipient. And so I would highly recommend that document. That's number one. Number two, the procurement clause matrix that is in Appendix D to 4220. It basically outlines 5 basic types of procurement. See if I can remember these: rolling stock, professional services, construction, materials and supplies. Which one am I missing? I don't know, I'm missing one, but it'll have those. Think of a spreadsheet. That'll be the titles in the column. And then down column A, there'll be about 30 or 31 different clause topics. And then as you read across the row and the cell, it'll give you the threshold on which triggers that requirement. And we've got requirements that are triggered everywhere from $2,000 up to $250,000. And so some clauses don't need to be in your solicitation documents. And sometimes, quite frankly, it's hard to discern, does this clause apply to this procurement? You can't figure it out. And so we use the throwing spaghetti at the kitchen wall approach. We throw in all the clauses. So we throw in Fly America when all we're doing is purchasing office supplies, and all we're doing there is confusing the vendor. Going, holy crap, I've got to comply with this. No, they don't. Not with that type of procurement. And so I don't recommend the throw it against the wall and see if it sticks approach. You really should have a matrix. Now, that matrix does exist in 4220, but it's out of date. The thresholds are out of date. And there's been some newer requirements. We are not allowed to do certain video surveillance and camera type equipment from certain vendors who reside in a certain country that shall go nameless, China. We're not allowed to do business with them. That's new. You will not find any reference to that requirement in 4220. You won't find it in the original version of 2 CFR 200. You will see in the preamble to the revisions of 2 CFR 200, you will see a discussion of that. Another excellent source, and we oftentimes don't refer to this document with urban recipients, but I think it is a useful practice, and it is even referenced in the contractor's manual as a useful tool. There's an organization known as National RTAP, the Rural Technical Assistance Program. And one of the tools that National RTAP has developed is a procurement clause matrix. You type in what you want to buy, how you're going to buy it, and it will pick out not only the required clauses, but the language that you should use in the required clauses. And it's free.
You just put in the search procurement matrix when you go to.
Yeah, if you go into the National RTAP homepage, there's a menu across the top. And I think one of them is either called RTAP Resources or RTAP Tools. And you're looking for Procurement Pro. There is a search bar. So even if that's my information has been supplanted by an updated website homepage at National RTAP, if you just go in the search bar and go Procurement Pro, it will type that out. The other thing that National RTAP is attempting to do is that sometimes there are state requirements that are applicable to procurements. I do a lot of work in Illinois. If you're a company that does business with Iran, you're not allowed to do business with them if you're using Illinois dollars in procurement. So those kinds of things sometimes come into play as well. It's outside the purview of FTA oversight, but you guys still have to adhere and comply with those requirements. One of the initiatives that National RTAP is underway with is voluntary state participation. Hey, if you guys will send us all the relevant Utah requirements, we'll put it in a matrix so that when a Utah transit system logs into Procurement Pro, they'll not only get the FTA requirements, they can get any state requirements that may be applicable to your procurement. And so I think that's a wonderful tool. And again, it was developed for trying to lower the number of procurement deficiencies in that top ranked category, missing clauses, among rural recipients. It has equal utility to urban recipients. Now, if you're the MTA at New York City, maybe you don't need National RTAP's Procurement Pro. But I think it's a useful resource for virtually anybody. If nothing else, it serves as checks and balances to what you think is correct, because you guys may have the expertise to know what should apply, what needs to be in there. This is just a double check. So if nothing else, I think it's a useful.
Caroline's
Question from the audience, please.
Just wanted to weigh in that Utah's section in Procurement Pro is currently blank, so it would be awesome if we could get that updated.
So I will tell you, Rich, what we are not using Procurement Pro here. We found that there's some issues with clarity and it doesn't have all the clauses, and sometimes they're a little they're truncated. And so what my team is doing is we actually are creating a matrix, and we're creating clause packages based on the type of procurement. So if you need, so we're kind of acting as like a mini National RTAP. So if you need clauses for a particular procurement that you're doing, my goal is to post that clause matrix out on our website, and I can share it with Ersta as well. And so, but can't promise that we'll do it yearly, but we're going to try to keep it as up to date as possible. I know that there's lots and lots out there.
And to echo your point, yes, there were errors in Procurement Pro, even though it had been, all of it had been reviewed by FTA before National RTAP published it. There were mistakes. The reason I know that is 18 months ago, National RTAP and Robin Phillips asked me to take a look at what they were generating and whether there were errors. And they expected me to give them a 2-page memo back, and I gave them a 40-page memo back. Because the language was incorrect. The contractor who originally developed Procurement Pro picked up the wrong paragraph, copied and pasted the wrong paragraph, the explanation, not the clause language. So there were missing things. And I gave them a pretty big dump. I don't know what they did with my report on recommended updates to Procurement Pro. I'm going to assume that they took it to heart and modified it. So I think it's more accurate today than it was.
Yes, and they did just recently send out a survey asking for opinions, and we gave them a couple of specific examples where we had I think it was actually Park City, where we had pointed them to Procurement Pro, and there were still some things that were missing. So I don't think it's a bad tool. I think it's always good to just double check, and we're here to help. If there's anything that you're concerned about and you're like, I'm not sure, is this one applicable to, say, professional services, or is this one applicable to construction? We'll do our best to be as up to date as possible. We know that those clauses are found in various locations, and we're going to try to make it our job to be a service so that it's easier for you to procure things.
So Procurement Pro and Matrix and Appendix D to 4220 probably are the best sources to identify what clauses need to be in there. Neither one, FTA document does not provide the language of the clause. So typically, there are two primary sources to get that language. The first, as has been pointed out, is the FTA Master Agreement. And I only urge caution because the language in that agreement is written to be executed between FTA and a recipient. It doesn't necessarily can be copied and pasted into an agreement between a recipient and a contractor. It may need a little wordsmithing. Or you can go to the best practices procurement and lessons learned manual. They have always been pretty much the go-to source for the actual suggested language of the required clause. And I rely on those resources when I'm writing procurement instruments for clients. But you just can't copy and paste. You actually need, particularly if you're relying on the master agreement. And for those of you in 5310, 5311, you may have heard of the master agreement, but you typically don't see it. Typically, the states take the master agreement, they convert it into their financial assistance contract with 5310 and 5311 agencies. So you may not ever see what in the world is the master agreement. If you want to see what's in the master agreement, there's always the most current template available on the FTA website. And it'll be FTA MA, and it'll have a number after it. And if I'm not mistaken, the current master agreement is 21, 22, I forget what number it is, but it's
30.
Whatever the highest number is, because when you do a search on the FTA home page, it'll generate this year's current master agreement and prior years. You want to pick the one with the highest number. And FTA does update that agreement every year. But again, it's written for agreements between the federal government and an eligible recipient, urban recipient, or state recipient. It's not written for a recipient's application to a contractor. So just be careful there. We talked about the next round in 2021, lacking independent cost estimates or failure to conduct the requisite cost and price analysis. And it's my opinion that this is the area in procurement where FTA training, documentation, examples, and best practices is most lacking. There's almost no training in this area. There's a little bit in the NTI course, but not much elsewhere. And given it's always high standing in triennial review, state management review deficiencies, I'm surprised FTA hasn't grabbed the bull by the horns and said, we need a course on this. and farm it out to NTI.
So they do have one document. It's the FTA helpline pricing guide. It's the cost analysis example, and it does price analysis examples. It does give specifics on them, and it's outdated.
I'm not a big fan of that document myself. Most of the FTA examples really revolve around conducting price analysis of professional services agreements because they're the easiest type of procurement to conduct a price analysis, where you would look at the labor rates of the project principal, of an associate, of a draftsman, of an administrative assistant. You would look at the fringe benefits rate. You would look at the margin of profit, and you would compare the selected vendors' cost structure against what you believe to be industry standards. And you can often rely on DOL labor statistics for a lot of that information. Cost and price analysis is hard. And oftentimes, smaller transit agencies do not have the in-house expertise or technical capacity to do the job justice. And in particular, we have other situations that trigger the need for cost and price analysis because it's changed. It used to be, and if you read today, FTA Circular 4220, it will say a cost and price analysis must be done for every procurement. That is not correct. 2 CFR 200 updated that guidance. And 2 CFR 200 says cost and price analysis is required for every procurement above the simplified acquisition threshold, which currently at the federal level is set at $250,000, which meant any procurement you undertook under 250K is no longer subject to mandatory cost and price analysis. The only time that that would be required from the federal perspective is if competition was lacking, i.e. you structured it as a sole source procurement, or you structured it as a competitive open market procurement, and you went out to bid, you sent it to 58 firms, but lo and behold, on the day bids or proposals were due, only one came back. That's a single bid situation, and FTA considers that to be lacking in competition. It also triggers some additional steps that we'll talk about that you have to do in that situation. Pre-award, post-delivery certs, relatively newer requirement in the FTA dictionary of procurement requirements. And we're just, again, it's what we see more often than not. You guys do the right thing. You have the certifications in the forms, but the vendors overlook them because your solicitation document may be 250 pages. The proposals and bids are due in 3 weeks, and this is on page 249 of your IFP or RFP, and the vendor misses it. That you end up having a blank procurement document in your file. Procurement policies, main thing that we see here, particularly among rural entities who are 5311 recipients, you're a public entity and you're associated with a municipality or a county. And they have a procurement policy. So why does the transportation department have to have its own policy? Well, if you look at the city policy, it could be a great policy. It'll reflect everything the city council ever adopted and applied to its procurements with city funds, but it might not even mention the fact that if you use federal funds to finance in whole or in part any amount of that procurement, all federal requirements apply. The old adage of $1 paints the pool applies here. And so this may trigger some evaluation process on your end. If I've got local money, I got federal money, and I got to buy widgets tomorrow, can I live with all the federal requirements that will apply to my widget purchase? And if I cannot, obviously want to use the federal money. But if it becomes too complex, I might make a decision just to use local money to fund that procurement. And when there's local money involved in procurement, that's all you're using. Nothing that we're going to talk about today applies, other than some of the best practice methods when we talk about micro purchase, small purchase, and the like. Some of the methods we're going to talk about are good practices, whether you're using federal funds or local funds. So the main thing is, and here's what I suggest, because if you write a policy that addresses most of the FTA requirements, and we're reading in a compliance review, we're reading your policies, and we're going against the checklist. Do they have this provision in the policy? Do they have this element in the policy? And if you're missing an element, you're subject to a compliance deficiency. And if you put all of those elements in a document, you might have a city policy that's 15 pages and an FTA policy that's 45 pages. And you take this into your city purchasing officer, the city manager going, hey, we need to put this in the city policy. And they're going to laugh you out of their office. This is a tail wagging the dog type scenario. And so what I typically recommend in these scenarios is that you have a 1-paragraph clause inserted into your agency or your municipality or your county procurement policy. Whenever federal funds are involved in this procurement, if it's to be financed in whole or in part with federal dollars, the respective department manager is responsible for including all requisite or complying with all applicable federal requirements. Then you develop your standalone federal policy, and that is what you develop. And you use city policy in combination with a transit department policy. And that solves the problem that we typically see here with incomplete policies. There is a requirement that you must maintain a written history of every procurement. The level of documentation that's required at each level and each complex procurement will vary. In some cases, it might be 2 pages. If it's a micro purchase, your only obligation is determination that there were an adequate number of suppliers and that the price you paid for the good or service was reasonable. And you can probably do that with a checklist that's a half a page long. That's all that has, and maybe the vendor receipt. That all has to be in the written history file to be complete. You're building a transit maintenance facility. Your written history file may fill an entire file cabinet. It may be that complex. Checklists are fairly common in this area. A written history checklist. And I will say repeatedly throughout the day that checklists are your friend. And if you Google any number of procurement topics, you will see that various communities and FTA recipients across the country have already developed procurement checklists. You do not need to reinvent the wheel. Do a little homework. Or call me and say, Rich, do you know if there's a written history checklist? And I'll tell you, well, I just did one for South Carolina DOT last week. And I'll be, if you're willing to white out SCDOT on the page footer, it's a fillable PDF form.
Well, I was just gonna put out there too, like, I've had to go through and do this and create our own little checklist, and we have found the checklists really work great for us. And so if anyone needs some, reach out, and I'm happy to share what we've created, and then you can make it your own, similar to what you've done. Just, I feel like as we are all resources for each other, it really helps.
And also in our new procurement guide, we have them.
I promised Elena that I would talk about the updated procurement guide that they put out in 2022. They have tried their level best to create fillable forms on a range of topics, including documents that should be in a written history. So you've got locally developed resources right here at your beck and call, and I would urge you to take advantage of them. Checklists are your friend in the procurement arena. We've talked about some of these things. Sole source procurements. There are into CFR 200 very definitive conditions that must exist in order for you to only do business with the Acme Widget Company. And you have to substantiate that fact before you undertake a sole source procurement. Just be aware of that. Usually, in years past, we used to have something known as associated capital maintenance. If you bought a Gillig bus, you could, at a subsequent date, go out and buy replacement parts directly from Gillig, and you didn't have to advertise with anybody else. You could do that as a sole source procurement. FTA has changed its thinking in that regard, and associated capital maintenance is no longer one of the justifications to conduct a sole source procurement. Generally, you have to substantiate that the product or the good or the service that you're seeking can only be attained from one source, where that development costs for a competitive vendor would be exorbitant. And oftentimes we see a lot of this in the IT area, where we've purchased trapeze, but because we had limited finances, we only bought the routing and scheduling product. Now we want to expand and introduce interactive voice recognition, IVR. And so we need that module. Well, yeah, 8 companies will supply an IVR module, but we need one that can communicate with our scheduling software without a lot of developmental cost. And so in this case, sometimes the sole source justification, I think in my mind, is justifiable. If you are a rural recipient, if you're undertaking a sole source procurement, I call the state long before I ever did it. There's an old adage that sometimes seeking permission or seeking forgiveness is better than or easier than getting permission. That's never been true in procurement. So if you're thinking about doing a sole source, make sure these guys have approved it, because there are consequences if they can't. If you violate Buy America, if you conduct an illegal sole source procurement, guess what? FTA or Utah DOT can't participate, particularly if it's a Buy America violation. They can't participate, and you're left on the hook. I recently did a triennial review for a system in Region 3. I can't name the name. They went out for Motorola radios because they wanted to be compatible with the Public Safety Department radios. And so not only did they not get requisite permission, they also didn't realize that Motorola shifted manufacture from Illinois, guess where? To C-word. And they issued the contract, sole source, didn't do the requisite cost price analysis, issued contract. Thank God for COVID. Thank God for shortage of chip supplies. Motorola hadn't started building the radios. I caught it in the triennial review. Otherwise, it was a $268,000 procurement. This small city in Virginia would have been on the hook for all 268. They had to fulfill the contract. But Motorola let them out of the contract, and they were off the hook, and they went out to rebid for a Buy America compliant radio. So it's important on sole source that you know what you're doing, and you've gotten some blessing from a higher authority. Oversight issues, I've got the same kind of numbers. You can review that at your leisure. And again, just another graph. I guess somebody at FTA headquarters suddenly decided not to like pie graphs, and they wanted to do this type of horizontal bar graph, which I'd rather see the pie, quite frankly. But look what's up at number 1 in FY22. Overwhelmingly so. There's those same 2 topics, procurement and DBE. And by a long measure, I mean, procurement at 380, I don't know if you guys can read the numbers. DBE at 221, number 3 is only at 103. So there's a big gap between 1 and 2 and number 3. So what we've been saying, I am 9 minutes ahead of schedule. So normally I would take a break right here. But let's, before we break, refill our drinks. The water fountain's out this way. Bathrooms are down the hall. Any questions, comments? I'm interested in your feedback. You guys have been giving great feedback to some of my questions. Anything useful in this morning's session? Did we learn anything?
And make notes, so yeah. I'd say so.
I've taken notes. Yeah.
These things I have learned.
All right, so remind me about 4:45 to go check her legal pad. Notes she took, and that'll give me a clue of how you'll evaluate me as a trainer for this workshop.
In your defense, we have a lot of resources where we work because we have the luxury of being with the transit authority. So we have legal and we have a, so this is more my FYI and just, but yeah,
Yeah, you're sort of a beast of a different color. from
a little
most
bit,
people
but I still
in
make
this
children,
room.
so, yeah.
I was alerted that you guys would be here. So.
Right?
All right, well, I have 10:22. Let's take about a 15-minute break. So someone did the math for me. I think that's 10:37. So let's reconvene at 10.
I'm not using it.
So I wanted to point out some key reference documents, and there's one in this list that no one has brought up here before. So I do want to make sure that we've discussed it. So we mentioned 2 CFR 200. Essentially, every executive branch department's policies need to be aligned with 2 CFR 200. It doesn't say a lot on procurement, but it does address thresholds, methods, standards of conduct, and the like. FTA will then have to craft a revised 4221G to reflect that. 49 CFR 1200. And that actually, I think, should be 2 CFR 1200, 1201. When 2 CFR 200 was written, it was actually issued in the Federal Register on December 26, 2013. Executive branch agencies were given 6 months to alert OMB as to any contradictory elements that might be in legislation, because they would publish a series of exceptions to the rule. And so this document is FTA's exceptions to the rule. And one of the exceptions is that all federal agencies have to assess risk in making its federal grant awards. And FTA responded to that 6-month deadline saying, in the 5307 program, we don't really make risk-based decisions. We don't make decisions at all. The urbanized area is automatically eligible to receive 5307. We have no way to deny their authorized appropriation based on whatever Congress does. We don't make those decisions, and they ask for an exception. And that's the primary. FTA's exceptions are just a small part of USD's requirements here, and it's not very meaningful. So if you read 2 CFR 200, you're in pretty good shape. We've talked about best practices procurement manual and its update, best practices procurement and lessons learned manual. It's the next bullet that I wanted to call your attention to. On the FTA homepage, go to the search bar, type procurement FAQ. There are a series. You're going to be confronted with an alphabetical menu, A to Z, and under each letter, there's probably 8 or 9 questions that folks have written to FTA asking for clarity. And I find these FAQs exceptionally helpful. I bet I look at them at least once a day. Now you'll see that usually after each question, there'll be a date. There's a lot of them from 10 years ago. Not so many more recently. I'm not sure that FTA has been as diligent, or we're not asking as many questions. I'm not sure which is what. But it is an excellent resource. But do understand the hierarchy of elements here. Transit legislation comes first. The Code of Federal Regulations comes in second. CFRs supersede program circulars, which is in the 3rd slide. And then FAQs would be in the fourth slot. So if you find contradictory guidance, you always have to understand which source holds precedence. 2 CFR right now, 200 holds precedence over 4220 because 2 CFRs in the Code of Federal Regulations, 4220 is merely a program circular. CFRs supersede circulars. So if you find contradictory documentation with some of the documents being a little bit longer in the tooth, you may come across such a thing, and it actually enhances confusion rather than clarifies the answer to your question. So do be aware of that. But it's an excellent, excellent resource. They're usually answered by the lawyers at FTE. And so that's pretty good. That's pretty good input, I think. And then finally, Elena, is there anyone in the room who's not familiar with your policy and procedures manual update?
I would hope everyone knows that it's available.
But take a moment and tell people what it is and how they can get a copy or.
Yeah, so last year we updated our procurement guide with the help of FTA and our state procurement office. And so it basically just outlines similar regulations for 2 CFR 200 and 4220. It provides sections on the different types of purchases. Again, those clauses, we have checklists for the different types of procurement and the different thresholds, dollar thresholds for procurement. You can find it out on our webpage, Rural Transit, on the UDOT webpage. I am going to try to decouple those checklists and put them out there as well so they're not attached, but you should be able to grab them from the document itself, and they are printable PDFs. So, but if you have any problems with that, you can always contact our office. We can try to get you that specific, if you're looking for a specific checklist, we can help you with that.
And also, I just want to mention, because it's what I'm most excited about it, is we are working on updated clauses.
Oh, yes, we went over that a little bit.
Oh, yes.
Did I? I meant to. Say it again.
Oh.
It's worth saying 7 times.
Sorry, I have stepped out for a minute. But yes, we're working on it because we found that we kept being told to go to National RTAP, but it was missing the newest clauses. And so we've kind of taken it upon our group to make sure that there is something that's easy for our agencies to grab, that we have made sure that as the new master agreement comes out, that we've updated clauses.
So that'll be out there as well. We'll post that matrix. It'll have a date on it, which I think is also important. It'll be branded UDOT, so you can, because I know if you Google federal clause matrix, you find lots of them. I think I came across the Illinois DOT one, like that's the first hit for some reason, and there's like, which is the most, up to date. So we'll do our best to keep that up to date and have it as a resource for everybody.
Is that on your website? Or do you
I
have to
don't have
request
the
it?
matrix quite yet. There's a version in our procurement guide, but that was already outdated. The one that's actually in our guide, because there's some new ones that came out. I think Rich mentioned the one about telecommunications. There's something about seatbelt use, and
I call it
fraud,
the whistleblower one, the fraud.
waste, and abuse. So we're tweaking it, and then my goal is to put it out on the website as a standalone matrix, dated. So if you see something in our procurement guide or you see something somewhere else, we'll try to keep that updated every year.
And then that's on your page.
It'll be on my page,
Okay.
and then I think that Ursa could link.
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
Very good. So our next slide is something that we've said several times now. If you see a conflict between 2 CFR 200 and FTA 4220, even FTA will be the first to say 2 CFR 200 will prevail here.
Really?
Yeah, and FTA will be very forward about that. All the regional staff know that 4220, they're waiting for 4220 to be updated more than you guys are, to be truthful. And they ask more than you do. When will we see it? And I don't think they get any other answers that like you folks get, but,
Is National RTAP planning on updating? I mean, if we're as an industry trying to use them as a resource, do they have, knowingly that it's not up to date, are they planning to do an update?
they are, like I said, the update consists of two avenues. One, they were making technical corrections to the software and the software output that I had some role in, and they're trying to amend it to have states voluntarily upload state requirements, and they will embed that into the matrix or their algorithm that spits out this but won't spit out that. They're doing that as we speak. So I'm hopeful that the next generation will be an improvement. But generally speaking, if, and I don't want to get too far out on the ledge on this statement, but you know, if I'm a reviewer and I'm seeing that you're relying on National RTAP's Procurement Pro, you know, I might be willing as a reviewer to be a little more generous if I see an error in what you have. Because it's FTA sponsored research. I mean, FTA was in bed with National RTAP every step of the way. And I know that the ultimate release of that product underwent multiple FTA headquarter reviews. So at some point, FTA blessed it, the product, before it hit the
I
streets.
like hearing that too, because at least you're saying, I went to the resource that I believe was available and up to date.
Right. Now, FTA will say, I mean, in many instances, most of us consider the master agreement to be the ultimate authority. FTA will acknowledge that just because it's not in the master agreement doesn't mean you have to adhere to that requirement. So even FTA reserves a little wiggle room in oversight there. One of the other things that I do, I mentioned that when I look at a procurement policy, the first thing I look at is the date. Second thing I look for is I do a search and replace, because I want to see the words common rule. There is no such thing as the common rule anymore. It was replaced by 2 CFR 200. The common rule used to be 49 CFR Part 18, if you are a public organization, and 49 CFR Part 19, which was the nonprofit application of the common rule. So the common rule meant that OMB prescribed the high-level requirements, and each agency then had to develop its own rules for application for its own recipients and subrecipients. And that held fast through December 26th of 2014. And so when 2 CFR 200 replaced a bunch of circulars, A87, A122, A102, A133, it also replaced the common rule issuances for all federal agencies. And in our universe, that would be 49 CFR Part 18 and Part 19. So those things don't exist anymore. And so when I see that the common rule requires, no, that's out, then I know you're out of date, and that could potentially lead to a current procurement deficiency or error in your process. So a second thing, look at the date of your policy. Do a search and replace for common rule. And if that shows up, you'll want to update the language to the applicable 2 CFR 200 reference. And just some of the things that are relevant with these updates. In the first issuance of 2 CFR 200, they basically defined procurement under procurement types. There was micro purchase, small purchases, informal purchases, and sole non-competitive purchases. In the updates to 2 CFR 200, that consolidated some of those categories. So now it's a little different classification, and then the procurement thresholds have changed. If you look at 4220, you'll see a micro purchase threshold, I think, of 3,000 or 3,500. They've been at both levels in the past, and the small acquisition threshold of $100,000. The small acquisition threshold went to 150. Then it jumped again to 250. And one thing that was confusing in the transit industry is at one point in time, Buy America threshold was tied to the simplified acquisition threshold. So when that threshold went from 100 to 150, Buy America, which used to apply a decade ago to procurement, any procurement over 100K, that threshold went to 150. That caught FTA a little bit off guard, and they don't believe that that was consistent with congressional intent. So FTA went after legislation to fix the Buy America threshold at 150, where it remains today, regardless of what happens to the simplified acquisition threshold. A lot of people think Buy America is 250 because it's tied to the simplified acquisition threshold. It was, it is no longer. FTA fixed that, so Buy America will always be 150 and above.
Can we just pause and talk about our state procurement thresholds? And maybe Mark, I gave him the work, those flow diagrams. But can we talk about how a state threshold that might differ with a federal threshold, which one they need to use?
Yeah. So in my own home state of North Carolina, if you're acquiring goods, services, or equipment over $90,000, state law requires public entities to use formal means, even though the feds will permit you to obtain those goods, services, and equipment using quotations, informal means. And if your threshold is lower because of state law, you have to follow state law. Now, in another case, construction, state law in North Carolina says the threshold's 500,000. So you literally could do construction bids on a quotation basis rather than an IFB basis if the construction ICE was under 500K. If you were using local money, that would be fine. If you're using federal money, if the state threshold exceeds the federal requirement, you must adhere to the federal requirement. Now let's take it, go down a little lower, even look from state level to the local level, or if you're a 5310 nonprofit, the agency level. A lot of times boards of directors or elected officials may be uncomfortable with the unilateral authority that is provided in the micropurpose 10K level. And they may adopt a lower threshold and embed that in their procurement policy. Similarly, a municipality may say, we don't want department heads going out on a $225,000 project and only getting quotes, not doing formal IFBs. And they will set a lower threshold. When the local government policy has a threshold less than the federal thresholds, you must adhere to the lower thresholds. But you cannot exceed the federal thresholds. Your local government can adopt them, but if federal monies are involved in the procurement, you're capped at the federal thresholds. So if it's a construction project in North Carolina that's $400,000, they must use formal means, even though if they had used 100% local money, they could have done that bid or that job based on quotations only. So that sort of explains that. And it's important to note that if you haven't adopted written procurement policy, you just can't pick and choose thresholds. It's whatever's written in your procurement policy that any compliance oversight activity, if we're out there doing it, we see you've applied a federal threshold, yet I look at your policy and it says we consider micro purchases anything between $0 and $5,000, and you use micro purchase methods for a $7,500 purchase. That's an automatic deficiency. We have no choice. So do understand the nuances in thresholds. And I preach compliance is enhanced when local thresholds are in sync with federal guidelines. And so we have seen a lot of states, legislatures amend their procurement codes to match the federal requirements. That puts the states in sync. And in those states, we see a higher level of compliance with respect to procurement method deficiencies. So have we done that topic justice?
Yeah, I want to, Mark, is that
Yeah, I mean, personally, I've always looked at it, you use the strictest guideline. So for anything, if you've got, you use the strictest guideline and you'll always be safe.
Does that go against if it's in your policy? You have to use what's in your policy?
Yeah, my advice would be use what's in your policy and make sure your policy is equal to or less than the federal thresholds. That would be my rewording of your guidance.
Right, but I mean, there's a lot of nuances, but like you said, if the federal thresholds are laxer than your own thresholds, you have to use yours.
Oh, yes, yeah.
And so that's what I'm saying, always use the strictest
Strictest.
policy that you have.
Yeah, and the overarching principle that's driving these threshold increases is just look at the audit threshold, unrelated topic. If we were doing a financial management workshop, we'd be talking about the audit threshold. The federal government doesn't require a single audit unless your sum of your federal expenditures in the previous fiscal year exceeded $750,000, $750,000. So if you get grants that total 600,000, you don't even have to do an audit. Yet at that 750 threshold, 99% of all federal grant monies is subject to audit. What OMB is trying to accomplish is reduce compliance deficiencies by making smaller procurements easier for you. Raising the micro purchase threshold to $10,000, basically for a 5311 or 5310 system, I'm now in the micro purchase category on probably 95% of my annual procurement activity. Almost everything I do will be under 10K. Unless I'm buying vehicles or unless I'm building something. Our budgets just aren't that deep. The well isn't that deep to support a lot of 10K plus purchases. Now, if I'm the transit authority here in Salt Lake, a different story. But still, even then, unless it's a major capital grant activity but day-to-day stuff is going to be under the simplified acquisition threshold, and they can use 3 quotes if their policy permits. And that makes life a lot easier. Getting quotations, the process to do that in award is infinitely simpler than writing an RFP or writing an IFP. Procurement on your end administratively is expensive. Ever monitor how many hours it takes to develop a complete RFP? You might invest 100, 200 person hours in that activity. And you start multiplying that. I mean, it could cost you $25K to undertake 100K procurement. It's true. And then that doesn't include all the evaluation time, the number of meetings you have to have on selection and the like. Procurement is expensive, and we're trying, at least at the OMB level, of simplifying it commensurate with the level of federal financial grant assistance that's out there in grant world. And do understand, these guys have special privileges as states. There's this distinction as to what applies to a state vis-a-vis a recipient or subrecipient. They get to use state law a lot more than you get to use it. And curiously enough, it's the nonprofits at the 5310 level that have no choice but to embrace all federal requirements. They get no leeway at all. So that said, all the leeways that are provided to states, here's a list of things that they must comply with. Contract term limitations for revenue vehicle purchases. Anybody know what I mean by that? 5 years. If it's a rail vehicle, 7 years. Otherwise, there used to be in FTA a 5-year limitation on the period of performance under any FTA funded procurement. That went away. Now you must exercise sound business judgment in establishing the period of performance under your contracts. A lot of us are old school. 5 years still looks pretty good to us. But certainly on certain management contracts, you're maybe entertaining MV or First Transit or somebody to RTAP Dev to run your transit system. Sometimes that's a very expensive, lengthy procurement. And you could possibly go beyond 5 years on that. But we do still have the term limitation on rolling stock. Another thing that I often preach, procurement is complex. No one knows all the rules and regulations. When in doubt, if you ask the question, is my proposed action going to enhance or decrease competition? If the answer is it will increase competition, odds are good that you will be compliant with FTA guidance. The overarching mantra in procurement is ensuring adequate competition on every procurement. To the extent that your decision-making in steps along the procurement pathway enhances competition, it's likely that you'll do the right thing, even if you don't have 2 CFR 200 committed to memory. This is something that we see in almost every state and local procurement policy. Geographic preferences to homegrown vendors. It's in a lot of state law. Sometimes the states try to get a little bit loosey-goosey on this and say, we'll apply these standards only if there is a tie between vendor A and vendor B. But some states just say, or some policies just say, in the event scoring is close, the buyer will give preference to the Virginia firm or the city of Charlottesville firm, then the Virginia firm, then a national firm. That literally was in the Charlottesville, Virginia procurement policy. That is a geographic preference that is prohibited under federal law. And you can't tell an elected politician that the city government shouldn't be buying from local vendors. Every politician loves geographic preferences. But if you're using federal money, there's no such thing as geographic preference. That has to be complied with, even if you're a state. Brooks Act basically means that when you hire architectural engineering firms or any of the related disciplines that are subject to the Brooks Act, you cannot consider price in your selection. You consider qualifications, you rank order all the firms, then you only begin discussions with the top ranked firm with respect to price. You talk to no one else. And if you're able to successfully come to a contract price, fine, well, and good. Sign the contract with the top ranked firm. But if the top ranked firm, might propose a price that's double your A&E budget and you can't come to terms, then discussions are ended and that vendor is out of consideration. There's no BAFO, best and final offer. There's no subsequent negotiation. They're done. You then go to number 2 on your most qualified list and you start the negotiation process all over again. And then award to responsible contractors. The states have no leeway with respect to SAM.gov and the other responsibility factors that are imposed on FTA procurements. We've mentioned nonprofit organizations, really perhaps the smallest with perhaps the least technical capacity. I mean, we talked about you guys having a fairly healthy staff. In a nonprofit, the CEO of that nonprofit getting 5310 assistance, maybe the CFO, the chief procurement officer, the chief IT officer, they wear many hats and they will not have the technical capacity depth that a larger organization will have. And it is unfortunate because in that capacity, they get almost no leeway with respect. All the requirements apply to them. There's just no slack. And again, we'll bring up the one federal dollar taints the pool. I've been involved in a number of maintenance facility projects where at the city or county level, we weren't building a whole new building. We were adding on or doing a joint project with the Department of Roads, with the Department of Public Works. And it was a joint project. As soon as FTA dollars are associated with that project, all FTA requirements apply to the whole scope of the project. So even though Public Works was using 100% city council authorized funds for their portion of construction costs, the fact that FTA 5307 monies or 5339 monies were used, all federal requirements apply to the entire project, which means primarily that prevailing wage rates from DOL would apply to the successful vendor, which maybe Department of Public Works would not have to comply with if they went alone on that project. So do be aware of joint funded projects. Generally in procurement, what actually are we talking about? It's the purchase, lease, or acquisition of property, supplies, equipment, or services, financed in whole or in part with FTA monies. And one of the things that we see, kind of a root cause issue on municipal recipients or subrecipients or county recipients or subrecipients, is they don't have a transit procurement department, but they have a county procurement department, where that county procurement officer or team is very well versed in local and state procedures, but maybe less so on federal standards, particularly FTA standards. And that is where you just can't, sometimes they will say, no, you transit director, you're out of it. We handle all procurement activity for the city of Smithville. We'll let you know who's the successful vendor you'll be dealing with. That is an unwise strategy. Because that procurement director, no matter how good they are, how much they know, they do not know all FTA requirements. I guarantee you there will be procurement errors when FTA compliance reviewers come to town. You don't want to be in that situation. There should be a partnership between the centralized procurement office of your local government and you, the department head. And it is your obligation to make sure that that procurement department understands the applicable federal requirements that you bring to the table because you're bringing FTA financing to the project. And so, yes, they have a lot of procurement expertise. They've done RFPs before, they've done IFBs before. That's the advantage. The disadvantage is they may not be familiar with FTA rules. And the thing about FTA rules, generally speaking, FTA doesn't too often move too far afield when they're implementing an overarching federal requirement. It's when Congress imposes additional things on us that gets a little bit sticky, because your centralized procurement officers probably never heard about tuna bus testing requirements. That is a transit unique requirement. The 150 Buy America threshold, the DBE requirements are somewhat unique to the US DOT because several years ago, the Supreme Court ruled such things unconstitutional. And US DOT argued we need to mend, not end DBE participation. And so there is still a national aspirational goal of 10% DBE participation, but is no longer considered a quota, a mandatory. Everybody used to have to do 10% DBE. That is what was ruled as an unconstitutional quota. Now we have to look for the available supply in the procurement or in the industry category in which we're procuring a good or rolling stock or service. And we have to look at the supply of willing and able certified DBE contractors, because not every minority owned or woman owned firm is a DBE contractor. And so we have to we can only count certified contractors in that category. Those will be things that will be foreign to most local procurement experts. Anybody know where the bus testing facility is? All right, I'll give you a hint. It's in Pennsylvania.
Altoona. Altoona.
All right, and over the lunch break, go to your cell phones take a look at the district represented by one Mr. Bud Schuster. Guess which state he's from. Don't you love politics? Especially in today's age, holy mackerel. All right. So again, lower thresholds are common. You have to adhere to them even if federal standards are higher. So any questions about topical coverage in that last module? If so, I'm going to move right along. Let's look at some changes that have occurred. So we previously just mentioned that it used to be $3,500, and in the micro purchase threshold, it's gone up to $10,000 effective June 20th, 2018. Similarly, the small acquisition threshold went from 150 to 250 effective June 20th, 2018. And the documentation for that will be in OMB Memorandum N18-18. OMB, the Office of Management and Budget, is responsible for setting these government-wide policies. And so once they lay down the law, all the executive branch departments of the government, which include USDOT, has to fall into suit and adjust their policies accordingly. Now, curiously, where it's usually OMB, Congress jumped the small acquisition threshold to 250 in the defense appropriation bill. So that was kind of Congress stepping on the executive branch's responsibility for this. So I found that a little curious, and I'm not sure which lobbyist got to Congress to have Congress take action. But the defense appropriations bill contains the jump in the small acquisition threshold. Another thing that's relatively new is Build America. And that was added with the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, or the IIJA, which now, it used to be Buy America applied to your acquisition of manufactured products, iron and steel, or rolling stock. Now we have it applicable to construction materials. And OMB is taking the lead on generating government-wide implementation of this rule. And it was supposed to be in effect already today. It's not quite there. There's been some interim guidance. DOT asked for and received a slight extension in the implementation date, but the implementation date is supposed to be November 10th, 2022. Any contract that we let, any grant award we receive that is dated after November 10th, 2022, will have to adhere to all Build America requirements. But we do not have all of the requirements laid out by OMB. I think there's been some initial rulemaking, but a final rule hasn't come out. And once it hits OMB, it's got to filter down to the executive branch agencies. And I know FTA is ready to roll when the guidance comes forth, but it's not there yet. So you're in never land right now. If you've got a construction project you're trying to move today, and it was based on a grant award or a contract executed after November 10th, 2022, then Build America is going to apply. My advice here is, since right now, most of the FTA guidance is governed by the date of execution, FTA basically is telling everybody, if you've got a project where Build America is going to apply, call us and we'll make sure you and I are on the same page. So my advice here is, don't wait for any OMB guidance. If you've got something and you're ready to move on it, call your program specialist at FTA and make sure you're doing the right thing. And make sure you've got your dates correct, that you and FTA or the state DOT are in sync on the effective dates of the various key documents. The grant award, execution date in particular.
And I would say call us too, if you're unsure of something that you're purchasing or constructing, you don't know when that execution date was of the grant, just contact us.
And when we talk about construction materials, this is the list of applicable materials. Non-ferrous metals, plastic and polymer-based products, glass, lumber, drywall. A lot of lumber is not manufactured in the United States anymore. I think this is going to prove to be challenging for you at the local level to meet these requirements. And again, that initial implementation guidance only came out April 18th, just a few weeks ago, and it's not the final guidance. And so you're in a catch-22 situation where you might, if OMB changes its mind between April 18th and the final guidance, and you in good faith adhere to the April 18th guidance, it could catch you in an unfortunate circumstance. As I mentioned, FTA had some limited waiver authority. They postponed the implementation date to that November 10th date, but that waiver has expired. And so again, this last bullet point, assume nothing here, consult with FTA Region 8 or UDOT. There's a lot of us, we have a lot of questions about how this is going to play out. And then we've talked about the procurement thresholds multiple times. For those of you who really study 2 CFR 200, I don't want to glance or skip this point. In the amendments to 2 CFR 200 that were effective on or about November 2020, there is now an option for a non-federal entity to raise the micro procurement threshold up to $50,000 from the current federal threshold of $10,000. In my mind, it's probably not worth doing because in order to do it, you've got to annually self-certify that you're following all other procurement regulations. You've got to provide a written justification of why you're different and unique from all the other 34,999 non-federal entities that exist out there. In your most recent single audit, your auditor must have classified you as a low-risk auditee. And then you've got to conduct an annual risk assessment as to whether or not you using $50,000 as micro purchase threshold is jeopardizing the integrity of your procurement processes. So there are a lot of conditions and hoops you have to jump through if you entertain the idea because of this permissive authority in an update to 2 CFR 200. For most small, smaller rural entities, public or nonprofit, I would say it's not worth pursuing. I think the 10K limit's pretty reasonable. Just my personal opinion. You may think differently, and that's okay, but remember there are hoops to jump through that reviewers will be looking at from a compliance standpoint as soon as we see that you've got a micro purchase threshold higher than 10K. Another major change maybe doesn't, again, probably belongs in a financial management training session than it does in a procurement session, but some of you may be interested in this topic. Indirect cost rates. Are we recording?
Yeah.
All right. I won't say they're a pain in the ass then.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
They're difficult to prepare. Sometimes when you submit them to who you believe to be the cognizant federal agency, it's a black hole. You're lucky if you get a written acknowledgement that you've even submitted the plan, let alone that the cognizant federal agency reviews, negotiates, or approves your submission. That has gotten a little bit better, but there was great cry from the private nonprofit sector to make it a little easier for nonprofits to draw down their indirect costs under federal awards. And so a whole new process was created that didn't exist before December 26, 2014. And it's got a funny name. It's called the de minimis rate. And it's an automatic 10%. And you don't have to do nothing. It's automatic. All you have to do is declare it. But there was a caveat. In the 2014 regulatory issuance, it said if your organization had ever negotiated an indirect cost rate with the federal government, you did not qualify for this new de minimis rate. And so sometimes what we were seeing is local governments might have negotiated an indirect cost rate back in 1992, then they couldn't keep up with it, and then they just stopped charging indirect rates. And then they said, well, this de minimis rate sounds like a pretty easy peasy thing to do. This is the way we'll go. And then unaware that they had previously negotiated, because personnel turned over, no one knew that they had previously negotiated a rate with the Department of Labor back in 1992. The updates to 2 CFR 200 removed that prohibition. So even if you previously negotiated an indirect cost rate and you stopped using it in 1995 and you've not claimed indirect costs since, you can now automatically declare the de minimis rate and get 10% indirect cost. No questions asked.
Okay,
Wait,
so
can
that,
you repeat that, please?
Yeah. Even if your organization had at one point in the distance past negotiated an indirect cost rate with any branch of the federal government, you used to be disqualified from using the de minimis rate. With changes and updates to 2 CFR 200, they have removed that prohibition. So even if your organization had an indirect cost rate in the 1970s, the 1990s, the 2000s, but you weren't using it for the last several years, you could say, we're done with indirect cost rates. We at Smithville Transit declare us to be using the de minimis rate. Your auditor has the responsibility to document that fact in your single audit reports, and you are allowed to claim 10% in indirect costs on any of your awards. Now, let's look at the practical implications of this. If you're a 5307 recipient, you get your mark in the Federal Register. Here's how much money you're getting under 5307. That's not going to change. If you can draw all that down using direct costs, declaring the de minimis isn't going to get you any more dollars. But for other organizations that don't use all of their 5307 or 5311 monies, this could be a useful factor. So that's another major change in the federal landscape that I find to be particularly important, even though it's a little peripheral to procurement. Another thing, some people have said, you have subrecipients. All right, one of the things that 2 CFR 200 made clear is you as the recipient, if you have subrecipients, you have some obligations. Yes, they have to ensure compliance with most of the applicable rules and regulations, but you have some obligations in overseeing your subrecipients. You've got to do certain notification. There's about 10 data items you must provide to them in the contract. The FAIN, the date of the federal award, the CFDA catalog number, 2507, whatever. And then if they are subject to single audit and there's an audit finding associated with your award of FTA funds to them, you've got to step in and provide technical assistance as requested to resolve that audit finding. And you should be monitoring your subrecipient audits to make sure that they're not generating any audit deficiencies that relate to their use of 5310 monies. And you have some responsibility for providing assistance to them in resolving those problems if they need it.
The question about the minimis rate,
Okay,
are the subs also able to use it? And if so, is that not prohibited?
Non-federal entity. In the old days, we used to have OMB circulars that provided us guidance in 3 areas: cost principles, audit, and administrative procedures. So if you were a public entity, we basically adhere to A133 for audit, A87 for cost principles, and A102 for administrative requirements that DOT translated into 49 CFR Part 18. And there was a different circular if you were a nonprofit for cost allowability, different circular for administrative requirements. With the issuance of 2 CFR, all of those circulars went away. So whereas in A87, we could talk about states and local governments. With A122, we could talk about nonprofits and institutions of higher learning and hospitals. Now that we threw out all those circulars and put it all under one umbrella, OMB needed a new name. So all of you now, from OMB's perspective, you are all non-federal entities: states, cities, counties, nonprofits, hospitals, universities. You're all NFEs. And the de minimis rate is available to any NFE that receives federal funding.
So that's what I'm asking. Is it a double count? If I get 50 million and I take my 5 million off the top, and then I send the other 45 million out, do they also get 4.5 million?
No,
That's what I'm asking.
no. Now you're getting into the nitty gritty of,
Well, you said we could ask. You said that at the beginning. I listened well.
fortunately, she's asking me a question I know. So 10%, the de minimis rate, is applied to a direct cost base. And that's what typically an indirect cost is. It's some percentage applied to a direct cost base. When you elect to use the de minimis, you don't, and if you're preparing an indirect cost rate proposal, you guys get to choose the direct cost base. With de minimis, you do not get that choice. You must apply it to something known as modified total direct costs. And modified direct costs excludes, this is going to get complicated, forgive me, any lower tier contracts in excess of $25,000. So if we contracted with Acme Janitorial Services to clean our admin offices, and that is a $30,000 contract over 3 years, $90,000 total. And we executed a 3-year agreement with Acme Contractors Janitorial Services. We can apply the 10% to the first $25,000 of the Acme contract over the life of the contract. And we can draw down as part of our 10%, the $5 million that you just quoted can come out of that pot. But if the contract value exceeds $25,000, we're capped. And the logic behind that is that we'll pay you for the upfront awarding and administration of the contract, but we're not going to let you skim off the top of the contract value throughout the life of the contract, because you're not doing any of the work, the contractor is. And we feel that the 25K allowance is fine. And so there's more details than that. I'm kind of giving you a very high level overview, but that does hopefully answer your question.
Yes, so if we are the primary, then it makes sense that we can take the full 10. If we are subbing it, then the 25K max.
You can, yeah. So if you have subrecipients, technically up to 25K of each lower tier contract can be counted in it's 25 per contract. So it's not a max 25 for all contracts, it's 25 per contract. And so in your preparation of your spreadsheet, if you will, of your calculation of the agency's modified total direct cost, or MTDC, you would have to list all your subcontracts.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So one of the things we want to make it clear, because it was not clear in the initial issuance of 2 CFR 200, is when one of your subrecipients had an audit finding it was written that you had, because they were your subrecipient, you had some obligation to help them resolve audit findings. The update to 2 CFR 200 now says you're only responsible for audit deficiencies that are in your lane, that relate to your sub-award. So if they get dinged because the utility office exhibited an insufficient segregation of duties in the counting of the utility window revenues, that has nothing to do with the 5310 grant you gave to ABC nonprofit. You don't have to be worried about any of their audit findings. Only those findings related directly to your agreement with that subrecipient. And so clarifying language there in 2 CFR 200 in the administrative requirements were there. This could have some bearing, this next slide. Never contract with the enemy act. This is not often detailed in best practices procurement manual, procurement pro, and the like. However, it has very little applicability to FTA grant awards for the most part, because it only applies to grants performed outside the United States. I'm going to assume that none of you do interstate transport or international transport of passengers. I was hoping you would say that. So we'll skip over that. But the one that does apply is this telecommunications one. Because some of the cited manufacturers are major vendors in this market space. And so you cannot procure, obtain, extend, or renew a contract to obtain equipment, services, or systems from these two companies or any of their affiliates. Because if you were trying to map this out, they are a complex web of state and private organizations. So we are prohibited from buying that equipment. Yeah, so in terms of procurement methods, it used to be micro purchase, formal purchase, small purchase, non-competitive purchase. Now we basically have informal procurement methods that include both micro and small, meaning anything under 250. They're informal methods. We have formal methods, which are IFPs, sealed bids, or RFPs, competitively negotiated proposals. And then we have non-competitive or sole source procurements. So we have 3 procurement avenues that we can go down. And we are obligated as part of our written history to justify why we chose Avenue 1, Avenue 2, or Avenue 3. And usually it's our ICE and a threshold decision. But be aware that nothing prohibits you if your procurement policy sets a small acquisition threshold of 250. This means you could use quotations for anything up to 250. But you have an ICE and it's $100,000. If you want to, you don't have to solicit quotes for that. You could develop an IFB or an RFP. You're allowed to slip under the thresholds. You just can't violate the maximum threshold or exceed that threshold. Another thing that we have seen, and it applies to 5339, and I believe this is in the BIL, you're required to use innovative procurement methods. So if you are using 5339 to buy buses and you're buying fewer than 5, you must require written justification if you don't use one of these innovative methods. And some examples of an innovative method is a cooperative procurement, meaning you're buying off of a state contract or you're participating in a recipient-led joint procurement, or you've got some type of innovative leasing agreement with the potential vendor. Any questions on that module? All right, covered a lot of ground. Let's talk about some practices to eliminate the 361 horizontal bar chart or the pie slice that was in blue. The deficiency is missing clauses. So what we're basically saying is that the procurement document went out under a centralized procurement office and literally didn't even acknowledge that FTA funding was being used in the procurement. And as a consequence, there were no FTA procurement clauses. Or you didn't use an appropriate matrix or checklist so that you had some but not all of the required clauses. Or you did the spaghetti trick, you threw the spaghetti against the wall to see if it was done and it stuck. In other words, you just threw everything you read in the best practices procurement manual, whether it applied or not to this procurement, you didn't care. You got it in the document, no one was going to ding you for it. In my mind, if I'm a vendor and I see a lot of clauses that don't make sense to me, remember, the vendor is the person, the individual calculating how they price their offer. And if they think they're going to be in a web of federal compliance issues, guess what they're going to do? They're going to pad their bid a little bit over the next guy because you're going to give them a hard time. And so I'm a very principled author when it comes to the inclusion of clauses, that I only put the clauses that apply to this particular procurement. So there's certain elements like recycling, IT architectural requirements, Fly America, some requirements if I'm dealing strictly with domestic suppliers, just simply aren't going to apply. I really shouldn't put them in my document. All we're doing is adding beef and perhaps misinterpretation on the vendor's part that almost assuredly will lead to higher bid prices, higher proposed prices on your procurements. So I don't recommend doing that. The best places to get the clauses, and what's your name again?
Harley.
She provided, pretty much read this slide off for me, so I don't have to go over this. Be aware, however, that FTA really isn't up to speed per se. I think the master agreement is, but I'm going to give you the specific citation of 2 CFR 200.324 is where OMB lays out these are mandatory clauses that must be in every subcontract. And some of them we've heard of, some of them are older and they are therefore referenced in 4220. And then we've talked about procurement pro. Even if, usually if you read the best practices manual, they'll have a paragraph that says applicability. And the most commonly used language in that section is all purchases above the micro purchase threshold. And you'll see that on virtually everything in the best practices procurement detailed section on clause language, recommended clause language. The one exception to this over the micro purchase threshold is Davis-Bacon. So do be aware that even if you are in line with the micro purchase threshold in your procurement policy and your policy says 10K, if it's and you have a little minor construction job, patch a window, $2,000, you still, if it's over 2K, will have to include Davis-Bacon. So there is one known exception. Every other requirement will not trigger until you're over the 10K level. ICE, independent cost estimates. Operations management is that one category of procurement I missed. Professional services, which includes lawyers, accountants, A&E services. Operations management, you're hiring MV or somebody to run your transit system. Acquisition of rolling stock, construction materials and supplies. Those are the 5 major categories, and an updated matrix to the one found in Appendix D, and it's D4, is the best way to go. And if I heard Elena correctly, she is trying to work on an update to that matrix. If you need one more immediately, I have one that I'll be willing to share with you. So it really is a good practice to look at Appendix D4, and it will not be complete. There will be newer requirements that apply. You'll have to know what those newer requirements are, and you'll have to be aware of any increase in threshold. So right now, if you look at D4, it'll say Buy America applies to everything over 100K. That won't be correct. That cell should read applies to anything over 150K. But if you do little due diligence, you can overcome some of those methods. And again, avoid the shotgun approach by making the vendors believe that they have to comply with every single requirement when some of them just are not applicable to your solicitation. One thing that you should not do, I will often see bids or RFPs that say, we, the town of Smithville, will be using FTA 5307 funds to support this procurement. Therefore, all applicable requirements of the FTA master agreement are hereby incorporated by reference. And it's that incorporation by reference that is the lazy man's way of taking the necessary time to effectively communicate to prospective vendors all of the compliance requirements they will have to adhere to. If you leave it to the vendor to determine which compliance requirements apply to them, I guarantee you there will be mistakes, and they could be costly mistakes. Never incorporate by reference. Now, yes, you can do some architectural things in the construction of your procurement documents. You can add a clause that say the town of Smithville is conducting this procurement with the financial support of FTA 5307 funds. Therefore, all applicable requirements shall apply. See Appendix A for applicable provisions that vendors will be requested to adhere to in the performance of this agreement. And then you copy and paste from the best practices procurement manual or your library of clause language that you use at your organization, and that would be the appropriate way to go. Do not use incorporation by reference, because that puts the burden on the vendor, not you, to tell them what applies. And you guys make 361 mistakes in FY22. Just imagine if we were doing compliance audits of the vendors, how many mistakes we would have in that category. So don't depend on the vendor to accurately identify that. So this cost price analysis is another big ticket item. And the major regulatory change is that OMB said you don't have to do it. We know it's hard, but anything under 250 in the federal universe, because we're giving out something in the neighborhood of $500 billion a year in federal grant assistance. And we're only going to focus our energies on the big ticket items. So if you're spending below the simplified acquisition threshold, we will no longer subject you to the requirement of conducting cost and price analysis. Now that said, FTA provides the great leeway in how they construct management requirements for 5311 and 5310 grants or state-administered 5339 grants. So if the state wanted to impose a cost price analysis requirement on lower thresholds, they could do so. They have that authority. But from the federal perspective, cost price analysis is only required over the simplified acquisition threshold. In most cases, the price analysis is sufficient if competition was adequate. You get to define what constitutes adequate competition. At a minimum, it should be 2 or more responsible vendors. And if you get more than that, then only price analysis is required. On independent cost estimates. Literally, there's only one paragraph in the best practices procurement manual and lessons learned that talks about an ICE. And it says an ICE is a fundamental component in conducting cost and price analysis. Because obviously the first step in a cost or price analysis is what did the actual bids or proposal costs come in at as compared to our ICE. When I used to work for the North Carolina Department of Transportation, prices of steel and concrete were a little more predictable than they are today. If any bid came in over 10%, we automatically rejected. Now that was just our own NFE practice. You can develop ranges here, but obviously what the intent is of the ICE is it gives you a basis to determine whether or not the prices bid or prices proposed are reasonable. And generally, most local governments will have some sort of range that constitutes whether or not this is consistent with our independent cost estimate. Or they have allowances that say, based on further examination in our price analysis, we have determined that our ICE was not accurately prepared, and we will go ahead and accept the bid and award the contract. But that's up to you. And the thing about preparing ICE, in most instances, if you're over the micro purchase threshold, you're buying stuff that your agency might have purchased in the past. So the number one source for preparing the ICE is what has been our experience buying a comparable good or product in the marketplace, and you apply an inflation factor. So if the last time we bought widgets was in 2018 and we're going out to bid for widgets in 2023, we can look at the consumer price index, look at the actual bid prices from 2018, inflate them accordingly, and that becomes the basis for the ICE. That is an excellent technique. Now, if it's a product that we haven't bought recently, we don't have any historical records to base our ICE on, our next step is to perhaps look in the marketplace. Does this vendor advertise the price of widgets on his website or her website? And if so, we can consult a number of widget suppliers, look at the average value of the type of widget we want to acquire, average out the 3 quotes that we pulled from the web, and that becomes our ICE. That's another method of doing it. If we cannot find web or catalog type pricing, and we have no past or prior history of procuring that good or service, do we have any peers in the room that we know acquired widgets in the last 5 years? Reach out to them. Can you send us the bidder's tabulation sheet? Can you send us your proposal evaluation summaries that might have listed price so that we can use your experience, because we believe our specifications are comparable, and we could develop our ICE that way?
So we can do that agency to agency.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Sorry, we can do that agency to agency. So we as UDOT could work with PTA.
Yeah, FTA
price
encourages you to use peer-to-peer networking in your ICE formulations. And if all of those methods fail, then the last resort is you contact 2 or more vendors and you say, look, I need a number 12. What is your current contract price? And you do that from a number of potential suppliers. You average it out. You look at things like shipping, prompt payment allowances, 5% discount if you pay within 30 days, and you develop your ICE accordingly. That's really, in talking with procurement specialists at the various regional offices, I've come away with the sense that that is FTA's least preferred methodology for development of an ICE. But sometimes you're up against it, and that's the only option you have available to you. In which case that is acceptable method, but Don't simply take the quote of a single vendor and that becomes your ICE. We detect that almost immediately in any type of oversight review. That is easy to detect. You might as well wave a flag. Give me a deficiency, give me a deficiency. So don't do that. Don't do that. The other thing is make sure your ICE is timely. I really like to see the independent cost estimate formulated within 90 days of the actual solicitation date. If it's older than that, it's kind of like a real estate appraisal. If the appraisal was done, prior to 6 months, you got to do it over again. We want timely, up-to-date data. The thing that we see on cost analyses is that sometimes we don't recognize all the conditions that trigger this. Competition is inadequate, i.e. we get a single bid. That automatically triggers the necessity to do cost analysis, not price analysis. With cost analysis, we've got to get into the weeds. We've got to look at a breakdown of the major components of the product we're acquiring and to try to assess what the pricing should be for those. And we have to draw a conclusion that the vendor is not ripping us off, essentially. And that can be very difficult to do without very specific engineering expertise in staff, in-house. Oftentimes, I believe it to be a best practice. If I've determined I do not have the requisite in-house expertise to do a cost analysis, I'm going to hire an engineering firm or equivalent company that could do such work to prepare the ICE for me, rather than throw my employees into the frying pan where they do not have the technical skill to do a proper cost analysis. That would be the prudent action if you've got the necessary budget resources to hire a consultant. Also, be aware that major contract modifications and change orders can trigger the necessity to do a cost analysis. That's where we sometimes see you're approving change orders that represent cardinal changes in the scope of work, and you just accepted your contractor's estimate for the cost of the change order. You can't do that. You've got to do some cost analysis. So he needs to supply you with a breakdown of materials and the requisite labor to effect that change order. And then you have to compare that to the original bidding documents. You've got to look at current labor rates in your DOL region, et cetera, in order to make a determination that the costs of the change order are reasonable. Sometimes when cost analysis is required, you only do price analysis. We believe that the ABC contractors change order of $160,000 is reasonable, period. And that's the change order cost price analysis that we see in the file. That is insufficient. That's going to raise eyebrows. Remember, you guys are the custodians and stewards of federal tax dollars. And we want to make sure that you're just not giving in to vendor rip-offs. So to explain maybe, or to compare and contrast price analysis from cost analysis, generally, if there's adequate price competition and those prices are in line with your independent cost estimate, you can make a determination that the price bid or proposed is reasonable based on catalog or market prices in comparison to previous purchasing history. Those are all adequate price analysis mechanisms. And generally, the feds consider 2 or more vendors as being adequate competition. Just a couple extra slides. I'm going to zip through those. We kind of talked about them. Cost analysis, again, is more complex, and it may require industry-level expertise to do a decent job at it. And the main thing is you've got to look at the separate components of cost. You know, what is a chassis cost these days? What is the body going to cost? What are the seats going to cost? Who's supplying the engine and transmission? What are those costs? You've got to have automotive engineering expertise to be able to determine whether or not the bid on your body on chassis vehicles is reasonable if you're required to do a cost analysis. And if you're relying on expertise of a centralized procurement office to do that, then it may be a reasonable task to send those individuals to whatever training does exist to do cost analysis. And cost and price analysis is not unique to FTA. It is something that is associated with all grant awards. So even though I might have said that FTA may not have a whole library of training courses and webinars on the topic, it's very possible that HUD, who's in the housing business, might have considerably more resources available. And it would be worth making sure that my procurement staff attended those sessions, got some training in that regard. Lacking independent cost estimate, we've talked about that a little bit. Make sure the ICE is documented in the written history file, and the ICE needs to be prepared before the solicitation. Preparing it after the solicitation, when you've already seen the bid tabulation sheets, kind of defeats the purpose. So that's the other thing we want to look for. Pre-award, post-delivery certifications. All right, who buys vehicles here? Who can reel off what's required in a pre-award certification? Anybody know? Somebody knows, you're just not volunteering. I know it's almost lunchtime, isn't it?
What's required in a pre-awards certification?
Yeah, there's two certifications in the pre-award process. There's 3 certifications in the post
I'm
process.
thinking it would be the lobbying is one, if I'm on that right path, or no?
It is one if it's going to be over 100K, but it doesn't have anything to do with pre and post award.
Buy America.
What?
Buy America.
Buy America. The vendor has to certify that at least if it's rolling stock, 70% of the components must be manufactured in the US.
And the, DBES.
VSS.
That's one, but that's in post.
Is it DBE?
No, that's one, and it depends on whether or not you have a contract on it. And since we're talking rolling stock, remember, rolling stock vendors have to prepare their own DVE justification that goes into civil rights, and they approve. You can only buy a vehicle from someone who has a DVE certification from FTA.
The testing.
Testing is an applicable requirement, but outside the scope of pre and post award requirements. It's compliance with purchaser's specifications. Does that ring a bell? You knew it when
It's on our checklist.
right on the tip of my tongue. And then the certification, the 3rd certification in the post delivery, that vendor has to certify that the vehicle he's delivered to you meets all federal motor vehicle safety regulations. You don't have to do that in the beginning. All the vendor has to do is say, yes, I've read your technical specifications in section 2.0, the IFB, and we certify compliance with those requirements. And then you basically test that vendor at the delivery stage to make sure that if you wanted a Thermo King air conditioner mounted at 2 locations in the roof to be able to cool the vehicle to 65 degrees when outside ambient temperature of 95 degrees, make sure that air conditioner met that specification at delivery. That's part of your post-delivery acceptance process. Any questions? I've got 12 o'clock, 3 after, in fact, and I don't. Welcome back, everybody. I hope everyone had enjoyed your lunch. Let's go back to some discussion on advice, procedural steps that we can use to minimize potential future compliance deficiencies. So one of the items in that list, A to Z, 1 to 10, was incomplete written history. And the key thing that we see here is that the guidance from OMB relative to written history is just copied and pasted by FTA. FTA doesn't supersede, impose any additional requirements that OMB hasn't already specified. So the written history isn't just a vendor receipt in some cases. We have to justify the rationale for the method of procurement. Again, most cases, that's going to be driven by the procurement threshold, the selection of contract type. That's important because, as you know, there are some contract types that are frowned upon or prohibited. And so you want to make sure that you're using either cost reimbursement or fixed price type of contract. The rationale for contractor selection, usually for most micro purchases and quotes, is low bid, but depending on your evaluation factors, it could be based on other reasons. And then the basis for the contractor price, low quotation, or it was consistent with our independent cost estimate, things of that nature. And then there's an open-ended element, other information necessary to establish the history of the procurement. And that's a judgment call. At a minimum, you've got to have the bullet points right here identified. I've never seen FTA render a deficiency that you were missing other elements. If you met the basic requirements, generally that might be in the form of technical assistance in your documentation requirements here. Why is it going? Not advancing. Hang on for a second. For some reason, after resumption of lunch.
It needed to take a nap.
I don't know what that's.
Maybe I'm sharing your screen.
Yeah. Bear with us for those of you logging in at home. Let me just make sure that your PowerPoint hasn't locked up on me here.
You can put it in mine.
Well, I can't even get it in presentation.
So thank you so much.
Very
You're
not advanced.
Yeah, it is. Right?
Like I said, I'm swipe.
There it is. Now we're back. Okay.
You gotta share your screen just in case.
Yeah. So that's-
No, she got up. She is working.
So maybe like.
I was gonna text her. That's like the
She is going. She told me she.
Let's hope it
So this is
advances.
where-
Can't have this. All right, hopefully temporarily resolved. We'll move on here. The other thing on a written history checklist, again, we indicated this morning, checklists are our friend. Anything that you can do to document a written history. And if I'm not mistaken, if memory serves me correct, in the new procurement manual, there is a written history checklist. Do you know why one?
Right.
Excuse me again, for some reason I can't advance slides and I don't know why. Oh dear. And you get out of it again temporarily. Not sure what's going on here. It's new, it's happened before. See if I just stay in slide mode. Not ideal, but let's see if I can make that work. Marlon? Just looking at this. Checklist. It's not advanced. All right, let's just take a 5-minute break. We're gonna try to have to switch computers here. For some reason, I do not know why my machine has died here. And I'm gonna email it to you.
You need it? Sorry. Not able to use. It's fine if you need it too.
It's good that I did.
So PMI actually has those.
Yeah, it's not able to log in and find out.
So I'm kind of ready just to see. There's actually difference.
I'll let her give me your email address.
A spend levels.
Say that again.
A spend.
Oh, I got it.
So I'm like, it's here, and that was just the ones.
I've got it always 3 years.
That's one. I have one. I don't know. Well, probably. Where is
Like everything.
And it's like, I asked you a question.
Well, I was good.
Go to slide 72.
I said, I might.
Yes.
Problem is,
You don't know what you're doing. I'm not gonna mess with it. So there's like, you never answer. And that's what I just. I know that. Because I used to. You know, if I would, I would message her, she wouldn't answer. And I was always.
So-
So-
Are you gonna do the virtual one?
that being said, though, okay, so. And it looked like there was already $8,000 in charges to training. I'm like, well, what are those? Well, she couldn't look, she doesn't know how to find out like what those were. And I'm like, because I questioned that, because first of all, what training? And I only have one charge on my personal P card, and that was for a hotel room in Minneapolis. So in other words, it's not coming off my stuff, like I'm not charging anything to train. So what is this training charge over here in our department? $8,000. Is it like conferences that were misappropriated? And I'm like, something that was put in the wrong category or?
So it's a huge. So Delta's website says it's 630.
No, I didn't.
Night in and the discount offer. you get one for $3.99.
Exactly what we want. And every one of these offers, these traits.
Delta one has a beer.
The Delta one is.
So.
All right, we are back in business, so thank you for your patience. So again, checklists are your friends with respect to this, and it would be useful to provide a bit of narrative, not just check boxes sometimes in terms of rationale for contract type selection and the like. Responsibility determinations. We talked a little bit about SAM.gov and the necessity to document or print out the search results. Please remember that there are other responsibility factors that we need to adhere to. For example, the ability to perform successfully under the terms and conditions of the contract. I might think RLS is a great firm to do transit planning and compliance work. We are not qualified to do bridge design. We would not have the ability to perform successfully. Contractor integrity. Are there complaints? Some of the sources that you would look at. What is the contractor's rating on the Better Business Bureau? What is the history of performance in terms of code adherence on a construction project? Is there a compliance with local registration and business requirements? Does the vendor successfully have a track record of performing under similar projects? And finally, we live in a cost reimbursement environment. We typically do not advance pay our vendors. As a consequence, depending on the size of the project, that vendor's going to have the necessary, will have to have the necessary cash reserve to perform either for a billing period, a month, or for a phase of the project. If you set up payment to the vendor based on successful completion of task one, phase one, or whatever the parameters are. So all of those things, the ability to have the technical and financial resources to fulfill the job. And one of the things that I observe frequently in this day and age is assessing the financial capacity of the vendor. You ask for audited financial statements of that vendor. They're not going to want to give them to you, but if you pledge to not subject those pages to any open meetings law, typically, if you make that a criteria necessary for you to evaluate the financial and technical capabilities of this vendor, then that would be okay. And I've not seen too many people object to that submission. So remember, responsibility is not only debarment in collecting a certification, but it is ensuring that they have the requisite capacity to perform under the contract. And I might even include some of these factors in your evaluation criteria on competitively negotiated contracts. And just simply let the vendors know in advance that you're incorporating these factors in the evaluation process. And then obviously document in the procurement history file evidence that the responsibility factors were in fact considered and scored and ranked by your selection committee. I don't think it's in my slides, but let me make a passing comment on evaluation committees. FTA is adamant that you cannot make contractor selections based on factors other than what you have communicated in writing to the vendor. I have seen, particularly on 5311 procurements, a transit manager in good faith puts a couple county commissioners on the selection committee. They're very busy people. They generally volunteer public service. They more often than not have full-time jobs. They don't have a lot of time to read a 100-page technical proposal. They'll glance at it before the evaluation committee, but they will not be able to discern qualitative differences between proposal 1, proposal 2, and proposal 3. And then suddenly he'll say, well, they all look good to me. Let's award it to the most local firm, which was not contained in your criteria. and additionally represents a geographic preference. So you would get 2 dings on that type of action. So the message here is when you form contractor selection committees, make sure that the committee members are qualified to do the job you've asked them to do. And if we don't have sufficient quantities of individuals within our organization, nothing prohibits you from adding evaluation committees from outside the organization. So recently, and I always use this particular procurement, I got called in after the fact because the purchaser believed they were going to get sued. Because it was looking like they were not going to give the contract to the incumbent. This was a management and operations contract in Rochester, Minnesota, home of the NATO plant. They invited people from the state DOT to sit on their committee, and they invited the GM from the neighboring transit system to be on their selection committee so that they could have qualified professionals evaluating the qualifications submitted, in this case by MV, First Transit, and the incumbent, which was a local bus company. So there's nothing that prohibits you from doing that, and you might ultimately be better served by having individuals outside the organization participate in your selection decisions. Lobbying certifications, just remember they're $100,000. It's going to sound like I have a stutter. This isn't in the slide either. But if you have subrecipients, and I know some of you do, does anyone know what FFATA is?
But it stands.
So the answer is, if you didn't hear that, I think I know what it is, but don't ask me about it. Yeah, essentially, we now have new transparency requirements in federal grant award making. And we basically are focusing our attention on subrecipients who feed off the federal trough, as it were. Entities that get 80% or more of their revenues from federal grants, either directly or as a subrecipient, now have to be reported to OMB, who will publish the material regarding the salaries paid to the top 5 executives of the organization. And you have to document that you have determined that they're not subjected to FFATA reporting, that they do not receive more than 80% of all their revenues from federal grant awards, and that you are not obligated to solicit income and salary of the top 5 executives. If in fact the subrecipient does get more than 80%, there is a reporting network, and I forget the acronym, it's something like FRSR, where you'll have to file a report on that subrecipient and make a note of what the compensation levels are for those 5 executives. In other words, these are politicians want to know who's being overpaid based on the preponderance of federal grants that they're receiving. That's what Congress was after in this action, to be blunt. And the triggering threshold for FFATA reporting is not $100,000 like lobbying. It's, I believe it's $30,000. It's either 25 or 30, don't quote me on that, but I think it's 30. It was 25 and they raised it to 30. So any subrecipient over that level has to be reported if they qualify for FFATA. Sole source requires written justification. Some states require, if a subrecipient is going to do a sole source procurement, they want the state to sign off on it just to make sure that they are doing the procurement correctly and it is a legitimate sole source procurement, i.e. it meets the criterion for enabling sole source acquisitions. Does Utah require subrecipients to get prior approval before undertaking a sole source procurement? That is generally the policy of most states. So for those of you in the room who think Utah DOT is picking on you, really, they're just really undertaking what is considered a best practice in state grant programs management. And the specific requirements are outlined in 2 CFR 200, 320. Subparagraph F1 through 4. It's got to fall into one of those categories. If it doesn't fall into one of those categories, you might jeopardize federal participation in the procurement. So generate a memo, have that memo be available for the file. If it's subject to prior state approval, have the correspondence or the email printed in the written history file. Make sure the certifications from the pre-award and post-delivery are in the written procurement file if you're procuring rolling stock. That's not specifically a required element for the written history, but it falls under that last bullet point where we said other documentation necessary to create a full understanding of the procurement. Since this is a specific codified regulation, that would be considered an important document to include in the written history file. Making sure the vendor signs the fact that they have met purchaser specifications. Have your maintenance supervisor do a rundown. Make sure that if you specified a certain tire size, that they delivered on that. That if you specified certain equipment, that the vehicle was in fact had all that equipment on it during delivery. Usually, most of us do not do in-plant inspections. Does Utah DOT ever do a large enough procurement that you send somebody out to do in-plant inspections?
They did.
Yes, we sent a couple of our people out to, one connected with maintenance and one connected with the IT elements of the bus.
Was this that electronic EV procurement that we talked about at lunch? Or was this another procurement?
This has to do with a different one, but yeah, we sent them to look at the pilot, the pilot bus and everything that was installed and proposed for delivery.
Okay. So be aware, particularly if you're buying something other than an off-the-shelf spec bus, that for the requirement for an independent inspection typically revolves a certain minimum quantity of the procurement, and it varies by whether you're urban or rural and the like, but nothing prohibits you on your own initiative from doing an in-plant inspection. And generally the purpose of that would be to ensure during the construction of the bus, the manufacture of the bus, that vendor has a process of manufacturing and quality control process in place to ensure that they're meeting your specifications. And you can discuss this with project managers, plant managers, and the like. And if it's a Buy America requirement, if you have any doubts, and typically these doubts are created because you get a protest letter from another vendor because you awarded the bus contract to the Acme Bus Company, and the Delta Bus Company says Acme doesn't really meet Buy America even though they submitted the certification, then you have some obligation to investigate whether or not when they claim that the chassis was built in America, not in Mexico, you have the ability to check on those factors and you've got the requisite qualifications to do that. Buy America audits are difficult to do. It requires gross and a lot of cooperation from the vendor to supply a bill of materials and a source of those materials, because we evaluate rolling stock based on components and subcomponents. And sometimes these lists are very, very long. There is a technical assistance resource if you ever find yourself in a position where you're questioning the Buy America certification and you want to do your own Buy America audit. There is a 2016 publication specifically designed to do rail car and bus Buy America audits. And I'd highly recommend use of that document. It's what we use in-house to do that. And again, it requires specialty expertise. So somebody in the automotive engineering category is the likely candidate to do that. And so if you don't have that expertise on staff, then you may want to use third-party expertise to conduct that type of activity.
Can I ask one question about that? So
Yes.
the buses come and we get to Buy America and we question it. Can those buses not be put into service?
Generally, if you would, this would be part of your acceptance process. So you wouldn't be putting them in service until you were fully satisfied. If you had a Buy America question, i.e. the Buy America certification, put them, 70.1% domestic components, then you might, unless you had inside information, generally you would accept the vendor certification, because filing a false certification could ultimately get that vendor debarred and they would be prohibited from participating. So generally, I'm going to say the vendors are accurate in doing this, but I have seen instances, I've seen protests and disputes where a competitor who didn't win the bid filed a protest claiming that they're not meeting Buy America. That will force you then to work with the successful vendor and say, okay, let's go down this list of components of 70%. Show me the bill of materials and your suppliers for all of these sources. We're going to double check your certification, and that you would do all that work before you accepted those vehicles and paid for those vehicles. Because if a vehicle doesn't meet Buy America, FTA is not going to participate. So you would be on the hook putting those vehicles in service and paying for them with state funds.
So if that kind of thing happened, either we believed it not to be true or there was a dispute from another vendor, that's when you would get the third party involved that
Yes.
has expertise in that.
Yeah,
Okay.
and again, generally speaking, acceptance of the vendor usually is what happens. Again, the consequences for a vendor submitting a false certification, it would likely get them debarred
Sure.
immediately.
Yeah,
So
it's not in their best interest to
it
do so.
really isn't. And the vendors know the rules. I mean, some of them have struggled meeting that 70%. So they've generally taken the necessary in-house steps to get their components across that 70% goal line.
But as that subrecipient or direct recipient, you should not accept and or pay for that until you feel satisfied with that is met.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you aren't going to get better reimbursement.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then you would want to verify that you either accepted the certification or you did your own independent research to verify that the vendor's certification was accurate. You would put a memo to the file, the written history file, that you did that work. That would be, again, under this category of other documentation to substantiate the history of the procurement. Insufficient oversight of subrecipients. Probably about 30 states nowadays use companies like KFH or RLS or somebody, Milligan, to conduct subrecipient oversight reviews. You essentially emulate the triennial review process. Then most state DOTs don't have the financial resources that FTA has. So rather than a 600-page manual where there are 159 questions, but 653 indicators of compliance, the state generally adopts something that's on the order of 50 to 100 pages. And instead of having a $60,000 review, you got a $10,000 review. Most states have gone that route because of staff turnover, the ability to have good knowledge from A to Z, soup to nuts, on the 23 various compliance topics that FTA evaluates, it's hard for a state to obtain and retain employees with that level of knowledge. And so most states have kicked the can down the road and hired consultants to do that work. So that's probably the only self-promotion I will do. Review. I'm not a very good consultant with respect to marketing. So anyway, this is primarily a topic that is a state dot requirement. But as we have seen, when Congress opted to change 5310 from 100% state program to a 60-20-20 program, 60% large urban, 20% small urban, 20% state, it put a number of new actors into the subrecipient oversight category, including 5307 recipients. And essentially, anything that's in the contractor's manual is acceptable avenues of questioning in a subrecipient review. Most states handle this. If they're not doing subrecipient compliance reviews, they will interject themselves into subrecipient procurement activities, since that's the target-rich environment. That's where the most findings are likely to occur. And they will adopt practices such as a review of the solicitation documents prior to advertisement. And the state will sign off on that prior to a subrecipient advertising for widgets. Some states do both ends. They will want to look at the pre-solicitation document, the RFQ, RFP, IFP, and they will want to look at the evaluation process and the proposed contract for award. That's a lot of internal activities. States that do that, I find, have a difficult time keeping up with the workload level that such a policy entails. So I urge a little bit of caution. Beware of what you ask for, because it could overwhelm your staff.
Sorry, we do ask for that. Also, DBE, our civil rights office, has asked to evaluate. So we help them in the spirit of technical assistance, help them prepare the RFP, review it, make sure the clauses are in there. And then we have our civil rights office assess it for a DBE goal. And then if a DBE goal is assessed, we don't have to be in the selection meeting. We just, before they award the contract, we have to evaluate whether or not that DBE goal was met prior to them signing the contract.
Yeah, I would say that if I had limited resources, the two areas where I would invest my staff time and resources would be in the procurement area and the financial management area. So we talked about who's reviewing invoices and what documentation is required for invoicing. Are they charging costs that are consistent with the cost principles of 2 CFR 200? Are they consistent with the allowable categories in the financial assistance contract between the state and the subrecipient, or the recipient and the subrecipient? Those would be the key areas that I would look for. Are there sufficient segregation in duties in their handling of cash, that type of thing? Do they have accurate financial fiscal policies? They're the types of things that I would invest my time in. So moving on to our next topic, some other procurement issues that don't necessarily make the radar when we're looking at it from a national perspective, but we've seen a lot of issues in this, particularly in the 5311, 5310 community. These topics include insufficient standards of conduct. When we go around doing primarily state review work, 5311, 5310, most organizations have procurement policies. It is required that you have written standards of conduct governing the behavior of your employees engaged in procurement activities and selection decisions. Under federal law, under 2 CFR 200, I believe it's 318B, it requires that that policy extend not only to your employees, but to people involved in the decision and award selection process, immediate family members, prospective employees, and the like. And what we find is that there are either an ethics or a code of conduct policy, but it only covers employees of the agency, not all of those other parties. That is a deficiency. And again, this isn't an FTA rule. This is an OMB overarching rule. Organizational conflicts of interest, we'll talk about those. Failure to evaluate options, we actually talked about that at lunch on the break. And exercising sound business judgment in the period of performance issues. Using qualification-based procurement methods for other than A&E or related disciplines, and failure to communicate bid protest procedures. So let's talk about each one of these. So the standards of conduct, it applies to your employees and officers, agents, board members. Or if you've hired a contractor to help you write an IT specification because we didn't have that ability in-house, they become subject to your standards of conduct. And so it's coverage. And the second issue we see, sometimes you'll create an ethics policy that will address the necessary coverage, but it doesn't address gifts. LMB nor FTA prescribe a gift limit. You can say we don't do any gifts. I know some state DOTs, if we went out to lunch for break, you wouldn't be allowed to ride in the same car with me if we went to the same restaurant for lunch, because that would be deemed a conflict of interest because I'm a private contractor. And some states are that rigid in that interpretation. It's usually acceptable to accept gifts of nominal value that would not likely sway your decision-making in a $500,000 procurement. So my route match used to always give out these nice new coffee mugs. And I considered that a gift of nominal value that anyone should accept. It's a great coffee. But you have to address gifts. If you're going to have some dollar value limit, if there's a reporting process of gifts and the like, that should be in writing. And then the final element that must be in standards of conduct that we rarely see is what are the consequences? What happens? What procedures are implemented if we have an observed violation of our standards of conduct? Does the employee who's guilty get a slap on the wrist, or is the violation serious enough to warrant termination? Generally, I recommend having a fairly loosey-goosey policy in this regard because of the wide range of circumstance. If I inadvertently took a phone call during an act of solicitation and I may have provided some information to a vendor that wasn't provided to every vendor, that might warrant cancellation of the contract. If I just happened to see somebody at a conference and I said hi to, that might be a minor violation of the policy. If I was in cahoots with a vendor and feeding information to somebody, that might be grounds for termination. So it's usually my advice that we give the deciding authority, a unit supervisor, a secretary of transportation, a personnel HR director, or even a governing board, of wide latitude in assessing what is the appropriate punishment given the nature of the crime up to and leading up to a termination. But that has to be in your standards of conduct. And our problem is that most of them adopted by a non-federal entity, they feel they only have authority over their employees. Federal rules require it addresses those additional parties. Organizational conflicts of interest. The key one that I cite here that I think is actually in a procurement FAQ is we're a rural transit system and we've always just had a basement office in the county courthouse. And boy, oh boy, finally we got enough money from the state DOT. We're going to build an administrative and operational headquarters. And the county's going to donate the land. But I have no idea how the state is requiring me to submit a grant application with a budget. And I have no idea how big the facility needs to be. How much should be admin? How much should be maintenance based? How big a plot of land do we need to have to build the facility that will house our transit agency? We don't have that expertise, so we'll go down the street to the local architect who designed City Hall and we'll ask him for a little help. Give us some figures that we can submit in a grant application so we can get the funding to get on with this building. Once I do that, I hire that architect, I sit down, we talk about our needs, and he comes back with some gross construction square footage estimates, and what a bus barn typically would cost, what an administrative office per square foot would typically cost, and that gives me enough meat on the plate to be able to submit my grant application to the state. I now have an organizational conflict of interest. I am not allowed, once the grant is awarded and I'm ready to go out and hire an A&E consultant, my firm has a competitive advantage over every other firm, and that is not good practice. I should be excluded, and I should make that known that I'm going to ask you for help in giving me some preliminary figures, but do be aware that it'll disqualify you from getting into the design contract. And so typically, you've got to be careful here, because too often, sure enough, the architectural firm that helped the city or county do its grant application, sure enough, is deemed the top ranked offerer in a Brooks Act procurement. And that really should be subject to an organizational conflict of interest, and that contractors should not have been permitted to participate in that. And again, unfair competitive advantage. Remember when I said one of the questions you ask yourself, if you're not sure what the applicable regulation is my action going to enhance competition or hinder competition? If I decide on enhancing competition, I'm usually right. And usually that's the kind of mindset you need to bring to the table when you're considering competitive advantage. So let's talk about some specifics here and put this into practice. We issue an IFB. If it's a complex IFB, we may want to have a pre-bid meeting. A pre-bid meeting will take questions from vendors about our specification. But if the questions come in via email, normally we would permit questions to be submitted in advance in writing. Email's now acceptable usually, or they can ask their questions at the pre-bid meeting, and then we'll respond in writing in a follow-up to the pre-bid meeting. Generally, those are the things that we should do, but if we give advice to any prospective vendor, we have to ensure that we give it to every prospective vendor. So even if I didn't show up to the pre-bid meeting and another firm asked, what is the DBE percentage and can we meet that percentage by doing X, Y, and Z, and you gave them guidance, even though it has no bearing to any question that I may have posed or failed to pose, I need to have the guidance you gave that firm on DBE. You can't just simply answer vendors A questions with vendor A's answer. You've got to send it to everybody. Or else you are creating an unfair competitive advantage, one firm over the other. Even though we've gone through an unparalleled period, unprecedented period, we've had more transit funding than we ever imagined. Certainly with the pandemic relief, funding increases under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act. Still, a lot of times funding isn't plentiful for smaller systems. We get smaller apportionments, we get smaller allocations from the state than the large UCAs do. And, we may need 15 buses over the next 5 years, but our existing capital grants are only going to support the acquisition of 5 buses. We know that the state says we'll try to do what we can in subsequent grants. Depends on what Congress appropriates, but for now we're not sure. So the use of options, and an option in a procurement environment is that we promise the vendor that we will buy the amount of money we have in our checking account today, but we want to exercise an option without going out to bid again under the terms of the contract that we will award in this solicitation to buy quantities above and beyond those that we specified in the agreement. And the key things here with options are, we just can't say, well, we want to buy 5 buses. That's what we've got the money and funding for. But we want an option on 50 buses when my total fleet size is only 15 buses. That would be unreasonable. Options have to be limited to those reasonable, foreseeable, current and future needs. And the final element with options you need to be aware of when you're evaluating bids or proposals, it's not just the total price for the 5 buses, it's the total price for the 5 buses you intend to buy and the option price that the vendors have offered for the additional 5 vehicles you want to buy in subsequent years of that contract. So options have to be part of the price evaluation process. Too often we see that that is not incorporated into your internal evaluations. So rolling stock, we mentioned previously, 5 years for buses, 7 years for rail vehicles. After that, we no longer have a 5-year period of performance limitation that we used to have. You are required to use sound business judgment. I've never seen FTA articulate what they subjectively think will go beyond sound business judgment. But if you continue to renew contracts or establish a period of performance that goes beyond 10 years, you're likely going to be put under the microscope. Now, it depends on the type of project. I was commenting at lunch, I did the training review for MTA in New York. One of the projects that we evaluated was a $2 billion subway extension under the Hudson River. That project took 20 years to complete. It just completed in the last year. That grant was awarded in 1997. It's still open on the books. You know how FTA is about open grants. But the MTA could justify the litany of environmental issues in a politically active environment like New York City, which you cannot believe. Between ADA issues, environmental issues, the mere fact that they were using a new boring technique under the river, it created a 20-year project.
And the traffic was horrendous for all 20 years. It's improved. I was born and raised in Brooklyn.
Yeah, well, then you know the East Side Subway project.
Yeah, I went to school, Carnegie Hill, up on the East Side, had to get past all of that. I left 2 years before they started, but they did all this pre-work, right? So they started the pre-work, and then that just left a mess. And then every time I would come home to visit, it would just be worse and worse and worse. And it got so bad, finally my parents were like, we're just leaving.
New York is such a unique environment. Literally, their annual debt payments on borrowed money is $6 billion a year.
Yep.
That's just their debt payment. That's not operations. That's not capital. That's just their debt payments on borrowed money. The annual budget at the MTA is pretty staggering. Even WMATA can't get to their level.
So I'm a transit baby. My parents both retired from New York City Transit. And then I went to work at WMATA, and then I'm here at Utah Transit. So yeah, I have family members who are Bridge and Tunnel. I have MTA, my cousin's a Bridge and Tunnel officer. So my entire family is New York City Transit, MTA somehow.
I think I was watching the Today Show either yesterday or day before. I think Al Roker's dad was a MTA bus driver.
My aunt is on year 39 with New York City Transit Police.
So do understand that this is a subjective call.
Me from DC.
So if your contracts are beginning to get beyond that 5 year. So 5 years has been ingrained on longstanding FTA employees. And so when we have contracts that get beyond, much beyond the 5 year period, it might draw some interest on your program specialist or whatnot. It is a subjective assessment. Do be prepared to perhaps justify why you think it's a good idea to extend the period of performance in your solicitation to go beyond 5 years. Again, procurement's expensive. And in some cases, it makes sense to go beyond 5 years. So I'm not saying it's bad practice, but do be prepared that someone might question you on the justification for that in the future. And people doing triennial reviews have no metrics, that it's automatically a deficiency. If it's over 10 years, we've got to dig. No such documentation exists. It's sound business judgment. Document the file, why you selected a period of performance that's a little longer than the norm. And someone asked me a little bit earlier, 49 United States Code, section 5325B is the bit of transit authorizing legislation that says that qualification-based procurement methods, i.e. Brooks Act procedures, should only be used for those services that directly support or connected to construction, alteration, or repair of real property. So Congress imposed that you can't use Brooks Act procedures to hire your single audit firm, your attorney or legal counsel. You must use regular procurement processes. So when we see people using qualifications only for other professional services other than those related to construction, that's almost always a ding. And it's an acceptable substitute, because sometimes, again, when you have evaluation team members who really don't have the technical expertise to discern qualitative differences between firm A, firm B, and firm C, they usually will either go with the local firm or they'll go with the low price. And you may not be well served in that procurement selection, particularly if the mayor is the person on the evaluation committee who's advocating low price. That may not be in the best interest of the transit system. So what you are allowed to do that kind of embraces a little bit about what the Brooks Act attempts to do is what's known as a two-step procurement. In a Brooks Act procurement, you'll never solicit price from all prospective vendors. In this case, you will, but you'll ask the vendor to separately package their technical proposal from their price proposal. And in the evaluation, and they will be submitted in one container by the due date. Then during the evaluation process, you will unpackage and unseal the technical proposals, distribute that to the evaluation committee. You'll score and rank based on technical proposals. Then and only then will you open the other package in the box, the price proposals. You'll add that to the technical scores and determine what is the best firm for you. And that gives you the ability to evaluate the technical qualifications without being unduly influenced by their proposal, their price proposal. And so that's one way I think regular procurement procedures can accurately or effectively incorporate this notion of trying to not have price be an undue factor or have undue influence in our ultimate contract award. We talked a little bit about bid protest and disputes, and this is language. This is a direct quote from 2 CFR 200. The recipient alone must be responsible in accordance with good administrative practice and sound business judgment. There's that term again. For the settlement of all contractual and administrative issues arising out of procurements. And that includes protests, contract disputes, and the like. So you have to have written bid protest procedures. And some of the common elements that you'll want to incorporate into those bid protest procedures is, number one, the entity protesting must have standing. And that legal definition generally means is they are a vendor or a party that could suffer financial harm if you as the buyer don't listen to their protests. If a vendor doesn't bid on a project, but just doesn't like your organization because you didn't pre-qualify them for some reason, and they want to file a protest, they would not have legal standing to file that protest. You could dismiss the protest immediately. Generally, protests will come in after the initial solicitation documents, so you will have a pre-award protest, and sometimes a vendor will not like your award decision. And so you'll have a post-award decision when they get their Dear John letter. So generally, your protest procedures need to address both frameworks, both contingencies. And it is within your right to specify or to rule out what we call stale protests. So there should be a definitive timeline associated with the filing of protest. So in a pre-bid situation, you don't like our specifications, you definitely would probably not want to accept a bid protest less than 5 days before the bid opening. And then after, in the pre-award stage, you would also want a time frame that protests must be received within 7 days, within 10 days after notice of award. Because you as the buyer want to go ahead and get on with the contract execution and begin implementation of the project. If you're hung up in legal matters evaluating a bid protest, that, a late protest or a stale protest would not benefit your organization. So you can establish timeframes. You can establish who the arbiter of the protest will be. And generally, the person primarily responsible for the specification development, it's like an ADA complementary paratransit determination. I like segregation of function in handling protests. So the primary parties that wrote the specification or participated in the evaluation, someone other than those individuals should be the party responsible for evaluating the protest. And then protests should be processed promptly. And it would be appropriate to include in your protest policy that upon receipt of from a party in good standing to the procurement, we will evaluate the protest and render our decision within 10 business days. You can set a very tight time frame for rendering a decision and indicate that that decision will be communicated via writing, in writing, to the protesting party. And so you've got all those options available to you in your protesting party. We used to say, like I quoted this morning, if you don't like our decision, you can go ahead and whine to FTA. FTA does not want to hear those whines anymore. Unless the protesting party can legitimately cite violation of federal law, FTA is not going to handle that. They're going to kick the protester back to the buyer, to the recipient, and say the decision of the recipient is fine. Now, could you be subject to a civil suit? Yes, but in terms of grant administrative procedures, your decision is final. I mentioned Rochester, Virginia, or Minnesota a moment ago. The city was right. They did receive a protest. The city manager was designated as the protest resolution. He rejected the proposal and they were sued. That case went to the Minnesota Supreme Court. I was subject to 32 hours of discovery as the procurement consultant brought in after the fact by a lawyer who had previously served as chief counsel to FTA headquarters in Washington. He was a vicious guy, to say the least. We eventually won, but the final decision, they awarded a contract, not to the incumbent local bus company, they awarded a contract to First Transit. By the time all the legal wranglings concluded, the 5-year period of performance that the city lent to First Transit had expired. The Supreme Court didn't rule in favor of one party or the other, but kicked it back to the district court. When it got back to the district court, the judge just looked at the plaintiff and said, "What do you want me to do? The contract's over. What relief can I provide you?" And so, Kenny Rogers, know when to hold them, know when to fold them kind of thing. most vendors do have the mindset, they may get mad at you, but they will usually not go so far as to file a protest because they know that's going to piss you off. And you'll talk to your peers that the ADC widget company filed a protest on my procurement, slowed up my project by 3 months while we worked through all that. No one's going to like that company. They may win a battle, but they'll lose the war. Most vendors realize that. And so they may send a nasty letter to you, but it will be something less than a full protest. Protests rarely yield significant value to a vendor. So hopefully you go through your transit professional careers in procurement, you never see a protest. And I hope that's the case. Protests are a pain. But again, protest procedures, they were modified by 2 CFR, giving you sole responsibility. FTA, again, is not part of the process. So I look at the dates of your protest policies. And if I see they've not been updated since 2014, I know we might have some recommendations for you. And again, FTA doesn't say this in writing, but they've articulated this viewpoint. It is incumbent upon you to communicate what protest avenues are available to vendors, which means you need to either provide a link in your solicitation document to your online protest procedures and wherever that is located on your website, or copy and embed your protest procedures in an appendix to your solicitation document, or literally in the body of the procedural elements of the procurement document. So any questions about those items? Well, let's move on to the next part. Where we're going to talk about procurement issues. I probably have already sold a lot of these things. Micro purchasing, a couple things that you shouldn't do. A reviewer will catch you immediately. And that's breaking up a procurement to slip under a procurement threshold dollar value. Because we'll see a purchase for 20 widgets that are $9,800 on January 1st, and then on January 15th, we see another invoice for another bunch of widgets and another $9,000 purchase. We immediately know you're slipping under the $10,000 micro procurement threshold. That's going to be an instant call that anyone will make any time of day. So you don't want to do that. Just don't do that. There is an obligation, and this is often overlooked. It's not technically something we examine in a triennial review, but there is an obligation to distribute micro purchases equally among qualified suppliers. So if you're in an urban area and you've got Office Depot, or you've got online resources like Quill to get your office supplies, try to distribute, throw a bone to the other vendor every now and then, so that when we look at your echo draws in particular, we see that you're distributing your micro purchases among multiple suppliers. Sometimes we look at, it seems to focus on office supply. We look at what you do, and 100% of your office supply purchases are all with one. They're all micro purchases, but they're all with one vendor. That if there are no options, then that's okay. But if there are options, and usually there are, that's appropriate. The other thing you have to do with a micro purchase, even though there's very little technical requirements associated to justify a micro purchase, is you must make a determination that the price you pay for the good or service is reasonable. And some of the factors that you can use to make that determination. And I've suggested to people, those 3M products, those yellow stick things, what do you call the Post-it notes? Preprints of Post-it notes. I have determined this price to be reasonable, and have a checkbox. Newspaper prices, catalog prices, recent purchase, website search, other, and then put a blank line in there, and you have initials of the purchasing agent or person making the determination it's reasonable. Doesn't have to be very complex, very quick. Takes you 5 seconds to make a determination the price you paid was reasonable. But document that in the file, either a Post-it note, prepackaged form, or something equivalent. Micro purchases designed to be easy. Hopefully they are. Small purchases at the federal threshold level, 10K to 250K. Only requirement for small purchases is you get price or rate quotations from an adequate number of suppliers. And the feds are very generous in this regard. An adequate number of suppliers is 2. You might adopt the standard. I see it in some states. They use 3. That's up to you. As long as you get a minimum of 2 quotations, they can be telephone quotations, they can be written quotations. A lot of municipalities have an RFQ, request for quotation form, that they want a vendor to fill out. That's a perfectly acceptable methodology of doing this. And again, as we indicated earlier this morning, nothing prohibits you from using a formal procurement method on a procurement that the feds would permit quotations. People like invitation for bids and that award to the low responsible vendor. Other best practices on small purchases. Usually the stuff we buy in transit is somewhat unique. We do not have a preponderance of suppliers within the local community. Literally, our marketplace may be national. And it's important to ensure adequate competition that we have an up-to-date vendors list. Who is in this market space? Who should we invite to submit quotations? Who should we use to buy the commodity that we're attempting to purchase? And so one of the things that we see a lot in small purchases is a lack of competition, because my agency went to an electronic bid process, and we have procurement opportunities. We send it out to all 659 vendors on the list who are enrolled in our system, and we end up getting only 1 bid. I did a triennial review about 3 months ago. They did 32 FTA finance procurements during the TR period. 16 of them were single bids. Yet I found out upon further investigation that they sent solicitation documentation to generally more than 600 vendors. But the fact of the matter is, most of those vendors were not in the business of supplying widgets, which they were buying. And so 658 of them were never going to be a viable candidate to submit price quotations on that solicitation. Keeping adequate supply and vendor list is critical to effective procurement practice. And you can rely on technical resources such as CTAA publishes an annual vendor's guide across all the disciplines where we typically buy hardware and equipment. Go to ACTA and go to the exhibit hall, and vendors of all stripes are there, and augment your existing vendor files with new people you see at these conferences. Go to CTAA Expo. Also is a way that you can keep current on available vendors in that market space. Make sure that your communication contacts are up to date. Sometimes it is, if you're thinking that there might be a lack of competition, sometimes when you diagnose, why did we not get competition? You look at our procurement file, and Joe Smith was the government procurement specialist with the Acme Widget Company. But Joe, in fact, quit the company 6 years ago, but he's the only name in the file, and his email address no longer is valid. So our notice of the opportunity to participate in our agency's procurement went into space. It was vapor. And so that company never submitted a bid because our contact information was out of date. And that could reduce, having out of date contacts could reduce competition. One method of doing this is periodically, once a year, send out a written notification. ABC Transit is in the process of updating our project contact files for all vendors that we think we're going to be doing business with in 2024. Please see below is our current listing of the appropriate contact. Is this information correct? If not, please correct and send us updated contact information. That will ensure that vendors don't miss opportunities to compete for your purchases. Don't forget that there are thresholds below the $250,000 level. And so this will trigger compliance requirements. So clean air, clean water, lobbying certifications and the like are Buy America are all examples of requirements that will get triggered on a small purchase, even if we're only soliciting quotations. And it will have to be prepared to ensure that the vendor can do that. I like written quotation forms where if there are certifications such as lobbying that have to be submitted, you submit your standard quote solicitation fields on page 1. Then in 6-point font on page 2, 3, and 4, I can generally get it down to less than 3 pages. If I use 6-point font, I can get every applicable federal requirement on that page. If I need a certification, it goes on to page 5. Please return this signed certification with your quotation. And you've covered your bases. So they're not difficult elements to comply with. You just have to remember that they apply even though this purchase is a small purchase. And again, Buy America no longer is tagged and affiliated with the small acquisition threshold. So Buy America will apply to any small purchase of rolling stock manufactured goods over 150. In our formal category, we saw that the development of an ICE has been problematic. And quite frankly, it's really recommended for every purchase over the micro purchase threshold. Got to be prepared ahead of time, not after the solicitation. That same Charlottesville review that I did, almost half of the ICEs were developed after bids were received. And so all of that was a deficiency. We talked about how to prepare ICEs. In terms of using bids versus proposals, that's a subjective assessment. If you believe you can prepare a complete specification with limited use of brand name without using or approved equal, where you think there's no need for communication with the vendor about their bid after bids are received, and that you can reasonably make a procurement decision, a selection decision based primarily on price and bid responsiveness, then IFB usually is the way to go, because that generally will result in best quality, best price type purchases. At least that's the underpinning philosophy behind the use of competitive bidding. When in fact, we may not be able to specify all the things that we require in the bid. And we know we want to encourage vendor input into how our project should be executed. Price is not the only important factor. Experience, success in similar projects, that really triggers or tips the scales in favor of use of an RFP. And generally, with the exception of construction, generally FTA is pretty tolerant in the use of RFPs for equipment acquisitions that in 30 years ago would have always been an IFP. But we're now looking for things other than price. We're looking for quality construction. We're looking at manufacturing techniques. We're looking at component supplies and the like. So it's factors other than price on bus procurements that trigger most bus procurements in this day and age being RFPs, not IFPs. There are some state laws, for example, in my state, you could never do a construction contract on an RFP. It has to be an IFP. Some best practices using an RFP is make sure you have a good evaluation committee There's no requirement for this, but I would recommend anywhere between 3 and 5 members on that committee. Use individuals or pick individuals with expertise in the service or the good that I'm acquiring. And if I don't have that expertise within my organization, nothing prohibits you from inviting people outside in peer transit systems or other agencies to participate on your evaluation committee. And I would try to avoid inexperienced personnel in that area. Establish scoring sheets. One thing FTA will pick on you is if you have made an award decision based on factors that were not clearly delineated in the solicitation documents. I like to keep my evaluation committee coloring within the lines. I do that by creating scoring sheets that they must fill out. And I provide the overall topic, qualification, and then the subtopics. What are we looking for? Years of experience of the primary engineer, years of or similar projects led by that engineer, etc. And I try to limit even subset. If I'm giving 20% of my points for qualifications, I'll divide that up with my internal scoring sheets subcategories, and I'll keep my evaluations within only those criteria that we advertised in the evaluation. I often request that my evaluation committee members work independently. I don't want them talking to each other because there's always a dominant personality, and he could carry sway with the opinions of lesser personalities, and that could influence the outcome. So basically the way I handle it is I keep them separate. I ask them to submit their tabulations to me. I compile them. Then I call a meeting together of my evaluation committee. Let's post and discuss the results. We come to some consensus. It's a 2-step, and then we make an award decision and recommend it to the purchasing manager, the city manager, whoever is responsible, and to prepare the council agenda. Or if it's a 2-step procurement, only then after we've made our decision, who's our most favored vendor in the technical evaluations, do we open price evaluations. We add that to the evaluations and we come up with a decision.
Rich, I have a quick question before we move on to the next slide. Where we're saying develop score sheets or standardized scoring sheets, if we use a system for scoring, is that something that FTA would ask us for those results when they're coming and doing a review?
Well, what we do on procurement on this case, we basically ask you to submit to us as part of the RIR, the recipient information request, all the FTA funded procurements you've undertaken in the review period. From that, we select a sample of 5 procurements. And then on those 5 procurements in the agenda package, we will ask you to submit all the documentation, and we'll list the documentation we'll want to see. Usually the bid tabulation sheet or the scoring evaluation sheets, if it's an RFP, is one of the requested items. So if it only exists in electronic form, is it possible to print it out in Excel format or something like that, PDF format, so that you can upload it in the future?
Okay.
Or in the present case, you upload it to the FTP site that your contractor uses to solicit your RIR request documents.
Okay.
Right now, we're doing it. FTA is going to transition that. It's the same platform that that Trams is housed on. There's a parallel platform that we use in reviews called OTrack. In the future, they're expanding OTrack, so you'll submit documents directly to FTA in response to the RIR. And that's supposedly going live in 24. It's not in place for the 23 reviews.
So next year we have our review coming up, our SMR.
If, and again, all things IT, if you think it's going to take 6 months to get that system online, it'll take 12. So don't quote me, but FTA is saying we hope to have the capacity for you to upload all your Word documents directly into OTrack for the 24 reviews.
So if it goes like Trams, it'll be a couple more years.
And that's always a possibility. In the interim, all the FTA core tap contractors have their own facilities. We have our own dedicated FTP server in our office. We don't use Dropbox or anything like that. And so you actually, we're your reviewer, you're uploading the documents directly to our data server. Other vendors have different procedures. FTA isn't particular about that, other than it's somewhat protected. Generally, once a solicitation hits the streets, I don't want the vendors contacting me at all. If I have a pre-proposal or pre-bid meeting scheduled, all your answers, all your questions will be answered at that meeting. I will go so far as to say if it's something else where communication is going to be required, I will designate a single point of contact and say all communication or questions concerning this solicitation must be directed to Joe Smith at 555-1212, that kind of thing. And any effort to communicate to persons other than Joe Smith could result in disqualification from this procurement. That way, I am trying to avoid giving any one vendor an unfair competitive advantage because they got a glimmer of information purposefully or unintentionally from one of my employees. And again, if I have a pre-bid, pre-proposal meeting, I've answered a bunch of questions at the meeting, or if I didn't answer the question at the meeting, we'll consider your question amongst the team and we'll get an answer to your question in writing. Generally, I say anything that's said at a pre-bid meeting carries no weight in the procurement. Only those responses communicated by the buyer in writing in an addendum to the specifications, our pre-bid conference summary, should be interpreted as a specification by the vendor. FTA doesn't say this, but poor planning on your part is not a valid excuse for putting out a bid, requiring bids on a complex project back in 7 days because you're behind schedule. So my best practice recommendations generally for an RFP, from the date of solicitation to the date RFPs are due, 30 days is my minimum. If it's a more complex IFB, I like 30 to 45 days.
But there's not an FTA.
There's no
standard.
FTA minimum. Oftentimes, we will see such minimums, though, in state law. So you need to be aware of what, if you're a municipality subject to Utah procurement laws applicable to municipalities, there may be a minimum 7-day advertisement period. I generally find those state law parameters to be very inadequate. Procurements are difficult. Generally there's one proposal writer at even a large corporate firm that will be responding to your bid. If they're on vacation 1 week and you've only given them 14 days to respond in writing with a proposal, and I'm on vacation, and I come back and all of a sudden there on my desk, this thing's due on Friday and today's Thursday, you're not going to get a bid from my company. So you really want to try to make sure that you provide adequate time. And that's just good procurement planning. And that generally means I've got to start on my solicitation documents about 6 months before my intended advertisement date. I know that seems aggressive and too long a time, but sometimes it takes that long, particularly if you've got multiple layers of approval to go through before that document's ready to hit the streets. At the pre-proposal conference, answer the obvious questions. Sometimes vendors will ask something that is clearly in black and white in the bid documents themselves. And so you can just regurgitate a citation from page 32 of the IFB. Those you can answer. Sometimes they will ask questions about, we don't offer the Thermo King 4000 air conditioner on our buses. We believe that the Acme air conditioner model BA12 provides comparable performance and longer durability. Would that be an acceptable substitution? Well, you may have never heard of that alternative product before. You may have to do some research before you decide whether or not that is an approved equal to your specification. And that may take some time. But generally, you want to get questions answered in writing, probably within 7 calendar days, 5 business days of the date of the pre-bid or pre-proposal conference. And you send them out to everybody on your vendors list, whether they attended the pre-proposal conference or not. The other cautionary notes, not in the slides, but FTA considers mandatory attendance at such meetings, pre-proposal, pre-bid meetings, to be restrictive of competition. And so therefore, you can strongly suggest that a company attend your in-person pre-bid, pre-proposal conference. You cannot mandate it. And again, having been through COVID, all of us are used to participating in meetings via Zoom. It's proven to be an acceptable alternative. So why limit competition by adopting a mandatory in-person standard?
So before we go on, sorry, quick question.
Yeah.
If you don't keep notes or take notes on these pre-bid and pre-conference meetings, that is okay, correct? Like we wouldn't have to send out a summary.
Not recommended. My recommendation is that I have staff there available, either note-taking or I'm recording the session. Because I want to word the question I'm going to produce generally in the outgoing email that I will send following a pre-proposal conference. It's going to include an attendance list. Sometimes, particularly on RFPs, teaming arrangements develop based on who expressed interest by participating in a pre-proposal conference. And so I'll send that out to everybody. And sometimes a teaming arrangement is great. You get 2 qualified firms for the price of 1. So I like that idea of us sending out attendance sheets. I generally want to closely to verbatim encapsulate their question. And then I want to provide the answer in writing. And that's going to be a separate document, document 2 of my Q&A package that goes out after the pre-bid. Then document 3 is they may raise legitimate questions about my specifications, and I may have to issue an addendum to the specification. And so item 3 in my package will be addendum to the specification. Specification 2.1.1 now reads X, and then is hereby amended to read, and I put in the new language. And those are the 3 documents I always send out following a pre-bid or pre-proposal conference.
Thank you.
Bids and proposals can be difficult to evaluate. Make sure you have adequate time. Know who's on your selection committee. Make sure that their plates are clean and they have time in the evaluation period in order for you, because usually you're trying to make the agenda of some governing board. They will have advance notice to get on Thursday, the 15th agenda. I've got to have the agenda item to the city clerk by the 12th. And that means you've got to back up your evaluation process in order to be done by the 12th to get on the 15th agenda, and so on and so forth. So you've got to be aware of all the moving parts in getting the approval body to listen to your recommendation for award. And then normally you would want to communicate 2 letters after you've made your selection decision. Notice of award to the selected vendor, and I call them Dear Johns, breakup letters, to all the vendors who were not successful, and encourage them that you appreciate that their submittal of a bid or proposal, and that you hope they'll participate in future bidding opportunities offered by your organization. Sometimes vendors will ask, man, we thought this was in the bag. We thought we were the best firm. How in the world did you ever come to a decision that was other than the ABC contracting company? And they will ask for a debriefing. You're under no obligation to do so. I generally time permitting, will allow such practices. I try to limit discussion to where my evaluation committee saw that the winning bidder was better than you, but I don't get into too much in that. So I generally limit debriefs to telephone conversations no longer than 30 minutes. But sometimes that helps a company write a better bid when you have a similar opportunity 3 years later. And that only serves to benefit your organization. So I generally am agreeable to debriefs, but it's not you're not obligated to do so.
There's nothing in code that says,
There's nothing in any FTA guidance that says that even discusses debriefs.
does that go to like also the post-award statement if they were not selected? Do they have to be notified that they were not selected, or is it only the selected vendor? No good practice, best practice is no.
Yeah, it definitely is a best practice. Is it a mandated practice? Off the top of my head, I can't think of any rule regulation that would require a Dear John. But quite frankly, that's just good business.
Okay.
Yeah. Alrighty, it's 2:33. It's really time for our afternoon break. So let's go ahead and take about 10 minutes or so. We'll reconvene at 2:45. It's 2:45.
So please.
And one of the other methods of procurement that I wanted to discuss, to the extent that it's available to you and you have rights to acquire goods and services off of state procurement contracts. For a lot of agencies, this is an excellent procurement option if you can live with the specifications used by the state to originally put the vendor under contract. It puts all the compliance burden, for the most part, on the state. And the question is often asked, well, you know, if Utah DOT went out to bid through a centralized state procurement office, generally Utah DOT will ensure that all FTA requirements have been covered. If we're acquiring a good or service that wasn't specifically requested by UDOT, but it is a commodity we need in our office, can we use FTA to fund that purchase? And FTA's position is, yes, you can, if the vendor under contract supplying that commodity will agree to FTA terms and conditions. And so generally, if the state goes out to bid and Transit didn't initiate the bid, but they go out and bid for widgets, and the Acme Widget Company wins the bid, then 6 months later, your transit agency needs widgets. You're comfortable with the technical specifications of the widgets are on state contract. You can use FTA monies if the Acme Widget Company will agree to sign a certification to comply with applicable rules and regulations. And generally, once that vendor does that, other transit agencies can follow suit. Normally speaking, on a procurement, FTA cannot do that. You cannot get compliance after a contract award. But on a state cooperative procurement contract, if the contract originally didn't contain the FTA specifications, in the interest of procurement efficiency, FTA will permit recipients and subrecipients, if they have statutory authority to do so, to buy off a state contract. And for a lot of small transit agencies, again, procurement is expensive. If I don't have to go through the development process, the solicitation process, evaluation process, I can just issue a purchase order. That may be the path of least resistance to get from point A to point B.
You still have to document like the whole competitive process that the state went through on the cooperative purchase. Like, we have to pull those files off of there, like showing that they had multiple bidders, or how does that work as far
Generally
as?
not, because states are granted far more latitude. When the state goes out to bid, the state is obligated to file or to follow state procurement procedures, as long as certain federal requirements are met. And so if the state complied and followed its procedures, in putting Acme Widget Company under state contract, and state law permits municipalities and other entities to purchase off of that state contract, then you're okay to do so if that vendor will agree to the applicable FTA terms and conditions. For the most part, these are primarily civil rights based things, and most companies are pretty familiar with Title VI and the like, and they will comply with that to get the business. So I've rarely seen, I know of no instance in my 45 years where a vendor was on a state contract and failed to agree to FTA provisions. So I think it's not a common practice, but it certainly happens, and vendors will comply and put you in good legal standing.
And I will say in the document history, I know we had referenced that,
So like I could still pull that off though, just to have.
yeah, you want to say,
Yes.
Like to show that we did our research, that it was
Right.
done.
So we have two different instances. We, for vehicles that we purchase for our 5310 providers, we utilize a multi-state contract through Arizona. So we
Okay, 'cause We did
reference,
just get some off of that. So
Yeah.
That's our first time, so I wasn't
yeah,
sure.
so we reference that. Another instance, Park City and Uinta Basin both utilize state cooperative contracts that were not bid out with federal clauses to them. So they had them sign the permit clauses, put those with their procurement documents as part of their procurement process with that state cooperative contract, but they didn't have to go get.
They just added those. Have them sign those, okay.
And FTA was just fine with that.
Yeah, and generally, particularly on state contracts, the buying power of the state, and this is most notable from what I hear in computers, desktop computers, laptop computers. When the state goes out to contract, they're going to get a price that'll be far better than you going out to bid for 10 laptops, for example. And so transit managers tell me that's primarily what we use, non-DOT type state purchasing contracts, is to buy sometimes tires and computers are the two commodities that I see most frequently purchased in that vein. And so the good news is that FTA is pretty lenient. They'll let you, after the contract is awarded, if the vendor will agree to FTA conditions, you can buy off that contract. Now, one of the things you've got to be careful on, I think, though, is Buy America if you are buying a manufactured product. And I say computers because there is a Buy America general public interest waiver on microprocessors and microcomputers. And so that generally permits computers, which are not often domestically produced, to meet Buy America requirements. So you do have to be aware to make sure that using that Charlottesville Motorola radio thing, Motorola's may be under state contract because the state doesn't care that the units are built in China. Since Motorola is a US-based company, but it would not meet FTA Buy America requirements. So even if that was the best price for you on a state contract, I wouldn't go there. So ultimately, you're the one, you do put yourself a little bit in harm's way. You've got to make sure that you're comfortable with the state procurement procedures and the like. And that, as that last bullet point documents, I believe that FTA is pretty permissive on buying off of the state contract.
And from our past reviews and Mark's done, but Utah and UDOT's procurement procedures are a lot more strict on almost every instance than FTA is.
So even, do you still have to get quotes from multiple vendors on the state contract? Or you can literally just go on there and be like,
They've already.
they're on here, so.
Because correct me if it's because state has already done the bids.
That's right. The competitive process has already been met through the state's actions.
although the state does mention on its purchasing website that it is best practices just to, in terms of good stewardship over money to get 2 or 3, if you've got vendors who are on state contracts who offer the same,
So if it's a multi-award.
it's best practices to get more than one quote.
Yeah, the state contract may not always be the low price. You may be able to do better in a dynamic economy by just independently issuing your own request for quotations. But generally, again, the buying power of the state is such when they go out for these state contracts, we're talking about quantities that dwarf the number of units that you would be soliciting. And the whole procurement process is predicated on the more volume, the better price we'll get.
Yeah.
And generally the state can deliver on that, but that's not 100% guarantee. So that's practice that's just been quoted. I think those are words to live by.
So execute a supplemental agreement, so you would have your agreement that would put in any federal required items like you were mentioning. And then if your individual, say municipal or transit district entity had specific items, those could be included. And would you then just attach the state contract as an exhibit and incorporate it by reference?
Now, what I would do is probably produce a separate document and call it attachment to purchase order 16131, whatever the number is.
Okay.
Saying ADC Transit intends to buy off of state purchasing contract 2023-0341 the following quantity of this product. The vendor hereby agrees in accepting and delivering on this purchase order that it will comply with the terms and conditions of the following paragraphs 1 through 31, and then have them sign at the bottom. I keep my purchase order and I keep that signed set of assurances acknowledging that they will comply in my written history file. Okay. That's how I would do it. And generally, if it is a contract that multiple transit agencies may express interest in, once the first transit system breaks the ice and gets that vendors to agree, then other transit agencies can follow suit and buy from that same vendor. Anything on purchasing methods that we haven't discussed here that you had questions about? Do we all embrace the 3 fundamental procurement methods? Micro purchase, small purchase, formal purchase. Do we all have purchasing policies that embrace that? I see a lot of nodding heads. I think, again, when local practice is consistent with federal guidelines, compliance is enhanced. And to the extent you can set your thresholds consistent with federal guidance, compliance is enhanced. So in the third part of our presentation, I wanted to talk a little bit about construction projects, as we indicated early this morning. And the goals of this session is to understand how construction from a procurement standpoint differs dramatically from other types of procurement activity. We want to talk about some of the key regulatory requirements, not necessarily procurement per se, but they are all wrapped up under the general guidelines of what you have to do from start to finish to get a facility online. So basically, when you identify the need for a facility, you've got options of expansion of an existing facility, acquisition of an existing facility, and then renovating that facility to suit your purchases, or new construction. And generally, this kind of depends on existing real estate conditions within your service area and what makes sense from a locational standpoint of where you want to locate that facility. So generally, you'll have some, if not in writing at this point in time, commitment from a funding source to provide the funding necessary to undertake this construction. And so some of the things that we need to do and be aware of. Architectural engineering procurement methodology using Brooks Act procedures. We've got to be aware of the Uniform Real Estate Acquisition and Relocation Act. There are requirements for us to ensure that we provide, as a governmental unit, fair compensation to the existing landowner when we're providing, we're building a facility on that property, and that is established by appraisal. We'll talk a little bit about that. There are labor laws that must be applied during the construction project. Things like Davis-Bacon and prevailing wages, all the overtime requirements and the like will apply and must be monitored to ensure that the general contractor is adhering to those laws. And then if we're involved in manufactured goods in a facility construction project, this would be things like in a maintenance or in an admin facility, the HVAC systems must meet Buy America. If it's a maintenance bay, the lifts that will hoist the vehicle up in the air so our mechanics can get underneath the vehicle, those lifts would be subject to Buy America. Any manufactured good, and a lot of things in our maintenance garages are manufactured goods, would be subject to Buy America if the unit price of those objects was over 150,000. Generally, construction projects for all but the largest transit systems, somewhat a once in a professional lifetime project, and it will consume you. If you're a GM, I would say that as you approach a construction project, make sure you've got a good assistant GM who can keep the wheels rolling, because your time is going to be dominated by the construction project. So a good right-hand man or woman is really necessary so the transit service delivery does not suffer while your attention is directed to the construction project. And oftentimes we have to hire outside expertise to assist us in undertaking the construction project, and that is perfectly permissible. I tried to put together a list of some of the skill sets that may be required for construction project: planners, surveyors, architects, civil engineers, structural engineers, geotechnical engineers, environmental engineers, traffic engineers, landscape architects, utility coordinators in case utilities need to be relocated or provided to proposed site location, construction manager, right-of-way specialist, cost estimator, materials testing company, community relations. No one likes bulldozers rousing up the dirt at 6 a.m. in their neighborhood. I know I don't. And that's going to draw complaints, and you're going to have somebody there to address those complaints. So there's a wide range of specializations that you'll need to be thinking about. Is, do I have that expertise? Do I have staff who can perform that role? Do I have to hire that expertise? And I need to incorporate those considerations into my capital budget. Generally speaking, design, bid, build is the traditional method of bringing a facility online. There are alternatives to this process, and that could be considered. It's my personal belief that FTA is more comfortable with the old style design, bid, build rather than design, build method. But either are acceptable, but they do create maybe a little more focus on your part if you do design, build, as opposed to design, bid, build. Generally in design, bid, build, the design process is done before we begin construction. The last stage of that project is detailed construction documents and final cost estimation that becomes the ICE for construction bids, and then you go out to bid on the construction job, and you usually do an IFB for that process.
Can you talk a little bit about CMGC? And the reason I ask is because Half Valley and High Valley are constructing their facilities almost simultaneously using CMGC. And just any advice you have from experience other places that might help them?
Yeah, I personally, in my professional career, have not encountered that an awful lot. So I would not hold myself out as an expert in that process. I do have a subcontractor who works for me who does have expertise in that topic. So our firm is able to provide that expertise, but it just personally isn't me. But if you have a list of questions associated with that, I will get them answered for you.
I just generally, wanted to hear how other states, but if you're saying that's not typical, that they're more traditional design bid builds.
And maybe that's institutional inertia on the state DOTs. It would be more common in the UZA, in the urban, small and large category. I can't say that I know of a single 5311 project that's ever gone that path.
High Valley.
Yeah, then that's a first for me. And
There's
that's
a
why,
small-
It's been a really good process for us so far, like.
that's why I'm
It's
hesitating.
really helped open up the communication and the teamwork, fix things as they come up, it's been a really good process for us.
Well, you're paving the way then.
Yeah, but if you have questions, I've got individuals on staff are under my control that I can get them to answer for you. Planning, ensuring that you are communicating with FTA and or the state DOT at the earliest possible stages. That's the best advice I can give you. Ensure that local elected officials are on board and supportive of the process. In smaller communities, major construction projects of this nature are usually front and center in a municipal or county budget. And you're not going to want to screw up. You don't want to start what you think will be a $24 million project and bring that project home at $60 million. You're not going to win any friends in the community and on your council, your governing board. Identify key staff within your organization who need to participate. Oftentimes, we rely on the viewpoints of architects to help us do some preliminary design work, and that architect works independently without a lot of interactions with our staff. I can tell you that in terms of maintenance bay, construction, call center, facilities, the staff can provide meaningful input into design parameters that architects typically would not be aware of. And so this interaction between whoever is helping you in this preliminary design stage should be talking with your key staff people. And again, regulatory authorities, you need to understand, because the environmental assessment process is probably going to engage about 15 to 20 different state committees, departments, or organizations to cover the range of investigation that will have to take place in order for you to seek and receive, hopefully, a categorical exclusion. That certainly is the most desirable outcome from the NEPA process. And we'll talk a little bit about some of those things here in the coming slides. So you want to define the scope of the project, identify the disciplines that are going to be necessary to participate, identify all the agencies who will need to be consulted during the planning, design, and construction process. This particularly relates to, remember, the NEPA process is designed to give a certification on the chosen location. The site equity analysis is done in the planning stage before you've selected the property, because it is a comparative analysis between the preferred property and other alternatives. And you have to determine whether or not the location of that facility at the site you propose will create disparate impacts on minority and low-income populations. And you can find consultants who are prepared to do site equity analysis that know exactly what FTA is looking for. And remember, that is a civil rights submission. And we no longer submit civil rights stuff to the regional civil rights officer. They've consolidated, because I think of the 10 FTA regions, there may be only 3 current RCROs. They've lost all their personnel, and in order to keep civil rights actions moving, you submit everything to a centralized mailbox drop that goes directly to headquarters, and a gentleman by the name of Nick Sun. Because they're so short-staffed, they have big plans to staff up and get things underway. But I'm going to tell you right now, getting approval for even a Title VI program update, DBE goals, getting site equity analysis approved, which normally might take 30 days, 6 months to a year. I've done triennial reviews where the Title VI program has been submitted on time, and then more than a year has passed, and there's been no review letter issued in response to the recipient submittal. And so Title VI, or just generally civil rights issues, which site equity analysis falls under that umbrella, is problematic. You need to be talking to the region. How quickly does the region think you can get a site equity analysis approved? Because that can slow down the whole process by months, if not years. So coordination with key parties is essential. And then realistic budgets. Things have been so dynamic with supply chain issues, perhaps profiteering by vendors because they know they've got some quantity of a necessary supply that you might have paid, $20 per linear foot for. They're now charging $40 a linear foot because they can, because they're the only game in town. You've got to have a pretty sharp estimator who's presumably working for your design company, and they need to be up to date on market conditions, particularly with respect to construction materials, steel and iron, and the like. But the marketplace is very dynamic. Maybe it'll settle down by the time you engage your project. I would like to think that that would happen, but boy, you go to a conference with your peers and there's a lot of war stories, horror stories indeed, about pricing. I've had to increase my budget or move money from one pot to another to cover the overages on what we thought was going to be a very simple project. So that's pretty important to be aware of. Feasibility, defining the project concept. How many square feet does the GM's office have? Where in the building should it be located in relation to other departments within the building? Which departments should be co-located next to one another? Things of that nature. Should we have a dedicated training room with nice square footage to accommodate comfortably 50 individuals? Things of that nature. They require thoughtful preparation, and generally you will require the services of a design, an architectural consultant for that need. What are the potential sites? Once we know size of the building, we need to then look at local zoning laws. What are the setbacks? What are the zoning requirements that our proposed facility will fall under? What does the existing zoning map look like? What are potential properties that are on the market now, or that may potentially be on the market if we were to make the right offer? We've got to identify all those things. Once we get property identified, we need to kick in to the, and get the site equity analysis performed. We then need to kick into the NEPA process. We have to look at environmental impact of putting whatever we propose to do at that facility. If it's just an admin facility, less of an environmental impact. But if it's a full-blown bus depot where we're going to do maintenance, we're going to have vehicle parking there, that is going to create some environmental concerns that are going to have to be addressed. What is the impact our facility will have on that environment? There will have to be soil testing to ensure that you're building on a lot that can support the proposed building and the like. All of that is in the environmental scan that you'll do preliminarily as you evaluate sites. And then when you get into the full-blown CE determination process, you'll do more thorough and exhaustive research on that regard. Generally, most transit facilities, if they are built in an appropriately zoned area, can achieve the CE categorization. That will, again, depend on site selection. And you have to look at impact on existing transit operations, if it's a bus barn in particular, because buses pull out of the garage. That garage is usually not located at the first designated time point in your fixed route schedules. What are the population centers for your demand response operations, your complementary paratransit operations? We may move to a property that costs less, but it may increase operating costs because of excessive deadheading. All of those things need to be considered in the site location analysis. When we get into the design phase, usually that's conducted in a traditional design bid build. We'll have schematic design, which will generally be the architect's basic considerations in the building designs. Once we sign off on that, they'll get into the detailed design development phase. And then if we approve that stage of design, he'll or her will move into the construction document phase, preparing the actual plans and specifications that you will incorporate into your bidding documents when you go out to bid. If real property acquisition is involved, you'll want to undertake that activity before you go out to construction bids. You'll have to do that before you, FTA is very specific when they provide funding. They will not release the whole plot of money that's been allocated to your project. They'll release it in stages depending on successful completion of the previous stage. Real estate acquisition. You're going to need a qualified real estate appraisal. He's got to be licensed in the state of Utah. And he's got to provide you with an estimate if you're going to buy land. There oftentimes has to be a second appraisal, what we sometimes call a confirmatory appraisal, where the second appraisal doesn't necessarily have to be a full-blown market assessment, but they have to review the work of the primary appraiser and concur that the estimated market values for the property are consistent with the secondary appraisal's understanding of the area. And you will then negotiate with the seller within the bounds of those two appraised values of the property. Then after construction, typically 6 months to 12 months, depending on the complexity of the project. Then we have commissioning, meaning providing furnishings, testing out systems, making sure the bus wash works, making sure all the electric chargers are appropriate and working, making sure that the HVAC system is operating, and we get our certificate of occupancy, and then we move and we habitate the building. And then we begin operations out of that building. Let's talk about feasibility a little bit. I've already mentioned the one requirement. If you hire design assistants, that creates an organizational conflict of interest. That vendor, that architect would be disqualified from actually bidding on the design contract, the subsequent design contract. And you do want to plan, when you build a facility, you don't plan to meet current needs. This is a once in a lifetime project. So you have to anticipate, what is our transit system going to look like in 20, 40 years? Because the lifespan on real property in FTA's useful life guidance typically is a minimum of 40 years. And so we're building a building to last 40 years. What's our transit system going to look like in 40 years? And so it may be that we're slightly overbuilding the building, our maintenance bays, more than what our current fleet needs. But if we've got a long-range transit plan that has a defined process for expanding fixed route coverage, expanding the service area, increasing frequencies, which will dictate more revenue vehicles at peak periods, then that will dictate the need down the road for maintenance bays that will be capable of handling the fleet size we anticipate in 2050. And that's got to be built into that process. Architects will not be very astute at that type of projection. That's where transit planning and the services of perhaps your MPO could come into play. The delivery approaches, we've talked about design bid build or design build. Generally, that's a decision you have to make. FTA does not give preference to one style over another in terms of providing funding. It's my personal opinion, they're more comfortable with traditional design bid build, but that shouldn't in any way enter into any local decisions to adopt design build techniques. Please understand all the applicable requirements that go into designing a building, most notably if it is something other than a maintenance bay or a bus barn. ADA considerations must be incorporated into the design standards. Look at your schedule. Look at the technical capacity that you have on staff and where outside expertise is going to be required. Talk about the NEPA process a little bit. Depending on which side of the political spectrum you reside, some folks are quite critical of the NEPA process. Others believe that it promotes clean air, drinkable water, and the like. That's above my pay grade. I won't get into that, but the purpose of the NEPA process is to consult with various experts to determine if your project will not have adverse environmental consequences. And so one of the things that you generally, if you can, in your site selection process, try to avoid navigable streams, creeks, rivers, wetland areas that may introduce additional complications to the project, the necessity for mitigation strategies and the like could get a little more expensive than you had anticipated. And again, there are going to be a number of agencies. It is FTA who will make the environmental determination based on documentation that you will submit. You will request, typically for smaller entities, you'll prepare the necessary documentation. FTA has some templates in this regard, and you'll supply all the background research that will cover things like the location of the building vis-a-vis any buildings that have architectural significance that exist on the National Registry, sound, noise, consequences of having your building there, impact on traffic, vehicular movements. You'll need to get a traffic engineer to look at that aspect. Parking requirements, usually locally required. Ordinances will dictate how much parking area you need for the facility. And that's just for visitors and staff. That doesn't necessarily dictate bus parking if that's part of your facility. There are a number of FTA guidebooks on maintenance facility design that will help improve bus vehicular movement in and out of the facility, parking arrangements that maximize parking with limited space. And you can get all that guidance in various publications that will be available to you. If you're unfamiliar with the NEPA process, you'll probably be thankful at the end of the day that you only have to go through this once in your professional career. It can be exhausting because the various communities of interest can be very picky in terms of asking for documentation to substantiate the potential impact that your building will have. And nothing moves with FTA until you get that CE or environmental determination. You will not move into the design phase or the construction phase. And so generally, most, again, buildings that will have expected nominal impacts on the environment are consistent with local zoning practices, generally will fall under the category of categorical exclusion, meaning that based on known factors about administrative facilities and bus garages, we believe, based on national experience, that there will be a modest level of environmental impacts by locating the facility at the site that you propose. That usually is the ideal circumstance, and for most smaller transit agencies, that generally can be readily accomplished. If there are questions, however, FTA may not accept your CE documentation and may require you to do a more thorough environmental assessment, or if the preliminary indications from your CE application appear to indicate that there are substantial environmental impacts, then FTA may just advise you that we are going to require a full-blown environmental assessment or impact statement. And that could take up to a year in the planning stage to accomplish. So as I noted, FTA renders the environmental decision. They're usually pretty prompt on that, where I just kind of threw FTA under the bus for slowdown in approving civil rights documents right now. It's been my experience that it usually doesn't take longer than 30 days for FTA to render an environmental determination if your documentation is up to snuff. So I think they do a pretty good job there. So generally, in that submittal, you want to provide a narrative, project genesis, why you need the project, the estimated scope of the project, current cost estimates, whether it involves land acquisition, whether the project will involve demolition of existing real property, whether we need to relocate any businesses who will be subject to impacts as a result of our picking that site. You'll want to have some preliminary design of what the facility is going to look like. And if we're renovating a facility, they're going to want to know what's involved in that process. They will need to know the physical street address. They will need to have maps of both the site and the immediate surrounding vicinity. They'll, use GIS applications to provide that documentation. They'll want to know existing land use classifications. They'll want to know the street network that is in the vicinity of the project and its capacity. You'll have to go typically to the highway department or the Department of Transportation, the highway division, to get current capacity and any potential capacity constraints on those roadways that will serve the facility. You typically will want to have aerial photos involved in that. You'll want to make sure that the facility is not, if it's all possible, in a non-attainment area. That would be the easier path for you. So you'll have to go to whatever the state environmental quality office is, and you'll have to get some readouts on particular particulates and CO levels in the service area in the area where your facility will be built. And if you're in a non-attainment area, it's going to make life a little bit more difficult because somebody's going to assume that a new building in that area, if you're operating diesel equipment, probably will not have a favorable impact on building it. You have a 100% electric fleet, that might mitigate building a building in a non-attainment area. I haven't seen any project come forward yet in that area. Appropriate zoning. FTA is going to want to know what the actual zoning classification is, and they're going to want to know the local definition adopted by the municipality, the county, or the region, what uses are permitted in that zoning classification. And you're going to have to demonstrate that your facility and intended use of the facility is consistent with that local zoning code. In some cases, the preferred site may not be in a code, in a land use code that will permit your building, and you would have to get rezoning in order for that to happen. That will complicate the process as well, likely bring out some local opposition, not in my backyard type opposition. They may not necessarily dislike your transit agency, but they'll just gripe about the project in general. They don't want the construction noise during the construction phase. They may object to the traffic that will ensue after your building is commissioned. So you'll need to be prepared to discuss all of that. Level of service on existing intersections that have traffic control devices, stoplights. We don't want to degrade the level of service at those adjacent intersections. What are the parking requirements and proposed parking plans? Again, kind of common sense, avoid single hot spots. Noise impact. Professionals can do that for you. Identify cultural, historic, and archaeological resources that may be located near the project. I've done a lot of environmental work in Indiana and Illinois, and one of the main concerns we have is it an archaeological significant site because of past tribal occupancy of that site. And we have changed preferred locations, at least one project I was involved with, because archaeological investigation revealed that we were on an ancestral burial site. And rather than fight that process, we just moved the facility. Historic preservation. We might want to build a building with modern brick front, modern appearances, but if we are in a neighborhood that is adjacent to buildings that have historic character, the location of our facility with this modern look may not be consistent with the neighborhood, and that would precipitate some opposition to our facility at that location. So we've got to define areas of, we've got to define the area in which our facility will impact the APE, the area of potential impact. We've got to have our specialists look at historic preservation, archaeological significance, and the like. And hopefully they determine that our building will pose no adverse impacts on any of those characteristics. And generally, they've got to be performed by a qualified professional. There are any number of consulting firms out there that specialize in environmental assessment work, and you'll want to use one of those firms for your job. Land acquisition, I've mentioned the Uniform Relocation Assistance and Real Property Acquisition Act, and it's embedded in the Code of Regulations primarily for federal highways. FTA piggybacks on FHWA regulations in this regard. But do be aware, and I would call your attention to FTA Circular 4702.1, and that's the Civil Rights Circular. And there is a separate circular. We used to have a separate guidelines on environmental justice. We now have a circular on that. So we need to look at impacts on minority and low-income populations. It's a fallout from the construction of the interstate highway system, particularly in dense urbanized areas where we just plowed under low-income neighborhoods to build the interstates like I-95 in Pennsylvania just collapsed. And in other primarily northeastern US metropolitan areas, we did pay a lot of attention to environmental justice when we did facility locations in that day and age. That's no longer the case. And I would say that this is an area of high attention in the current administration. So we don't want to underestimate this aspect of project planning. And our main goal is to establish that the location of our facility will not impose disparate impacts on minority populations. Not that it will not cause any adverse consequence, but it will not cause disparate impacts, i.e. minorities will suffer more than non-minority populations. That would be disparate impact analysis. The fact that our facility will have impacts on minority and non-minority populations may be a given. It's the disparity that we are most closely trying to examine. Soil analysis, groundwater testing. Do we have contaminated soil? Unbeknownst to once in a renovation of a facility, we started doing some foundation excavation, and unknown to any land use plan, any documentation that we found in the county and city books. At one point in the 20s, it was a car dealership, and lo and behold, we found an underground fuel tank. And that just added about $100K to project costs that we didn't anticipate. And even using highly qualified professionals, they had no way of knowing that tank was there. But sure enough, we found it, and boom, construction stopped, and we had to go through soils testing and get environmental engineers in there. We had to do mitigation work, and it slowed the project by 6 months. We want to look at hazardous materials to the extent possible, and the fact that it is known. Primarily, we look at what type of facilities have previously occupied that space to try to gauge whether or not we will encounter any hazardous materials. You probably want to stay away from any existing parks and recreational areas. Wetlands in particular, I've already mentioned, could be problematic. Water quality and waterways, we don't want to interfere with free-flowing creeks, streams, rivers, and the like. And we don't want any kind of runoff on an ongoing basis or during construction that would degrade water quality if you're building near the source of water supply for a community. If you're getting the notion that this is pretty complicated, it involves a number of technical disciplines that we don't really have expertise in, you would be right. You would be right. Ecology, we've got to identify, are we approximate to any woodlands, prairies, wetlands, rivers, lakes, streams, designated wildlife or waterfowl refugee areas? Any unique geologic formations that could have impact on the construction process. We do this type of work in California, we've got to know where the fault lines are. We need to look at, when we eventually get to construction, what type of noise will we be creating? What type of utility disruptions? Are we going to have to take down the traffic light at 5th and Main for a while? Are we going to have to create detours in the existing travel patterns in the community? What about construction debris and disposal? What are our plans there? Air and water quality and the like all have to be addressed in our impact analysis. Let's talk a little bit about environmental justice. Key element is in 49 CFR Part 21. If you're unfamiliar with the Code of Federal Regulations, basically regulations that impact all branches of the US DOT typically will have a 2-digit CFR number. If it's an FTA specific requirement, it's typically in the 600 series. So for example, in one of these civil rights requirements, it's in 49 CFR Part 21. The ADA regulation, which we often think is an FTA regulation, is really not. It's a US DOT regulation, and it's found in 49 CFR Part 37. But when we get into charter regulations, that's 49 CFR Part 604, school bus 605, all the bus testing, pre-award, post-delivery type of regulations all around 650, 660 up in that neck of the woods. It's sort of a guide to who's the party responsible for implementing the regulation. So in this element, we've got a notion that in determining the site or location of facilities, a recipient may not make selections with the purpose or having the effect of excluding persons from, denying them the benefits of, or subjecting them to discrimination under any program under which this regulation applies. So if you're using 5311, 5310, 5339, 5307 to fund that facility, this element of environmental justice is going to apply. The location of projects requiring land acquisition and displacement of persons from their residence or their businesses may not be determined on the basis of race, color, or national origin. All of those key Title VI criteria. Title VI site equity analysis. And again, I want to emphasize disparate impact on the protected populations. And it's more than just race, color, national origin. We include all minority populations and low-income populations. Demographic analysis. We got to get out our GIS system, and we've got to plot concentrations of these populations, generally at the census tract or block group level. And we've got to provide maps to demonstrate that our project is not having an adverse impact or disparate impact. Your GIS department, people who work in that department, will be your best friend during this stage of planning for a facility project. And again, even if you've determined that a project may have some disparate impacts, there is the opportunity. It's not an open and shut case, but you have to show that alternative sites would have had an even greater disparate impact, and you picked the site that would have the least disparate impact. That is permissible under the rule. And obviously FTA's goal here is that you're making site selection decisions that have the least disparate impact. Let's talk about real property acquisition. You need to purchase property. We build facilities on land already owned by our municipal or county government. And in order to, and you're going to propose the value of that land as part of the local match. That's how many smaller transit agencies are able to finance the budget of a facility project, is because they're using donated land. When you attempt to use the value of the land that is being donated by, say, the county, only that portion of the land that your facility will occupy can be counted, the value of that land. Maybe that it's on a 50-acre parcel, but your project's only going to require 12 acres. You can't use the value of the 50-acre parcel as local match. You can only use the 12-acre value. Sometimes people make that mistake and they think they've got more local match on the project than they really do. And you're able to use that as local match. That's the good news here. It's got to be it's got to meet certain financial standards that come right out of 2 CFR 200. And it's got to be verifiable from the recipient's records. You can't double dip. In other words, you can't use the land as matched to your construction project and turn around and use the land as matched to another FTA or other federal grant award. Can't double dip. And it's got to be determined to be necessary and reasonable for the accomplishment of the project, and that is usually a condition that's always met. It ought to be land that was acquired without federal financial assistance. If in fact the county used federal funds to buy that property, it can't be used as local match. The value that you assign to the donated property cannot exceed appraised value. And how do we determine appraised value? We hire a real estate appraisal who is licensed to do business in the state of Utah to conduct the requisite assessment and generate an appraisal report. And in most states, we require a secondary appraisal that sometimes can be done by state right-of-way agents. When I was doing building work as a 5311 program manager back in the 80s, our right-of-way agents were tasked with doing the confirmatory appraisal. And so the recipient only had to hire one real estate appraisal rather than two. Yeah. The main purpose is ensure fair compensation to the property owner. And that essentially the appraisal process established limits that basically will constitute your offer for sale. FTA, not the state dot, must review and concur in appraisals when the land or proposed acquisition is projected to exceed 500K. In most instances, the state will approve this, but if the land is going to be more than 500K, FTA takes that out of the state's responsibility and the region must approve it. And if we have a situation where you're using land as the non-federal share of project costs, FTA wants to be involved. A second area where FTA has to concur in the value. Question.
A lot of times, like, we'll also do like cost to cure items, like, I don't know, if there's a fence or, so, you know, we're buying property and fee, and I'm trying to think what I've done before, like we cut someone's access road off, so we paid them more money to go build a new access road.
Yes,
Is that typically, that's similar to FTA? And
yes. So again, the appraisal forms just compensation for the owner. And there is a time limit. The appraisal report has to have been rendered or prepared recently. It's my belief, and don't quote me on this because facility projects don't come up every day in my practice. But I think the appraisal must be generated within 6 months of submittal to the federal authority or the state authority. Otherwise, it's considered stale appraisal. You've got to go in there and update the market evaluation. The confirmatory appraisal or review appraisal is generally designed to lend a little more credibility to the initial full-blown appraisal report. Basically, the secondary appraisal is validating the soundness, the fact that he would have picked comparables for establishing market value and the like, and he'll render an opinion that his review or her review, the initial appraisal complied with all material aspects of the Uniform Relocation Act. Making an offer. There are some, that's standard real estate procedure. Federal requirements are not all that different than when you go out and buy a home. Developing a scope of work for appraisal services. There is some guidance in FTA Circular 5010, which is the award management circular. Appendix D. There is a whole discussion of real estate acquisition. And again, make sure that when you buy land, for use in a facility project, you know what you're getting. You've already done some preliminary environmental assessment, so you have a good idea what's gonna turn up in your CE investigations. And again, don't make any binding offer to acquire real property before FTA signs off on the NEPA determination and that FTA has concurred on the appraised value of the property. Words to live by there. A requirement, not just asked by Region 7 about this question. Effective December 26, 2014, we now have a requirement. If we have acquired real property on or after December 26th, we must submit an annual property report to FTA. And FTA doesn't seem to be advertising that requirement because it's turning up as a lot of deficiencies in real property management. And I think it's because either we in transit assume, oh, it's 2 CFR 200, our CFO will know all about that requirement, and we in transit don't care about that. But in fact, it's in 5010. It's in the award management circular. We've got to submit that annual report that says, yes, we're still using the property for intended purposes, and you've got to provide about 10 data fields. Much like the biannual inspection of all capital assets acquired under a grant award, the real estate property report contains similar criteria. And apparently what I'm hearing from FTA personnel, they're not getting these reports. People are unaware of this requirement. So,
You think that's something that goes into trams, like the DVE?
so right now, there is no area to upload this in trams, complicating.
Where they don't get it.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, just saying.
So I am told there's an other document section of trams. Just put it in there and send an email note to your program specialist that I've submitted my annual facility report.
And where would we find the 10 data fields in the 5010?
It's in 5010,
And it's called the annual property,
annual real property report.
real property, meaning.
Yes.
buildings.
Yeah, you have an obligation to do biannual inspections. No less frequently than once every 2 years. That's been around, that requirement has been around for a while, but it typically relates to other than real property.
So do some recipients have to do that and then report back up to you, not to submit it?
Yes, if the property was acquired or constructed on or after January, or December 26, 2014. If the property was acquired before that date, the only real property report FTA requires is if that is excess real property, i.e. the transit agency is no longer using it for bus maintenance, bus storage, bus parking, and the like, and it is now considered excess property. FTA wants an excess property plan that defines whether or not you have any intended future use of the property or what your intentions are in disposal of that property. But that's the only thing that's required if your facility was built or acquired before December 26, 2014.
Sorry, one more thing. And then what time of year? Is this like by the end of each fiscal year or?
Off the top of my head, I don't know that answer, but generally, those reports would correspond with the entity's fiscal year.
Entities?
But don't quote me on that.
I mean, it's, if there's not something like the June 1st and the.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like these are the drop dead dates for DVE semi-annual report submissions. It's not like that. There are no dates associated with this requirement. So I'm making the leap of faith that it probably, 30 days after the close of your fiscal year, you should upload that into trams. I think our final topic is procurement of A&E services, and it is qualifications based. And I've been using the phrase architectural engineering and related disciplines. So let's talk about what related disciplines fall under Brooks Act procedures. It's A&E, it's program management or construction management services, it's feasibility studies, it's surveying and mapping. Those are the disciplines. And FTA is very particular that you cannot apply Brooks Act procedures to anything but those disciplines.
Lisa, I've seen it in the matrix called professional services. Is that separate from?
Professional services is a much higher aggregated category because professional services also includes lawyers, accountants, and the like, planners. You could hire, AECom to do a route and schedule analysis, something like that. Nelson Nygaard, I don't know who else works in this
That would
area.
be
That would all be
professionals.
professional services as well as all of these services. So this is a subset of professional services.
Oh, that's good to know. A&E is a subset of professionals.
And again, price is not a factor, even if you ask for it in a separate sealed envelope. You simply do not bring up price at all. All your evaluation committee is doing is evaluating the qualifications of the firm and its principals who are proposed to work on your project. And your end result, what spits out at the end of the day, is we believe this architectural firm is the most qualified to do our job. And based on criteria that you get to set, years in business, qualifications of personnel assigned to your project, experience on similar projects that may have been government funded, for example, could be evaluation proposals. And you evaluate all proposals and you put them in a rank order based on scoring results. And then and only then do you negotiate price with the top rank offer. And then it is a stepwise negotiation, meaning that if you cannot successfully negotiate a price you want to pay for the A&E services, you throw the top ranked firm out and there are no further communications with that firm. They're done. They have no recourse. And you open up the negotiation process and you begin all over again, trying to negotiate a price with the second ranked firm. And you go from 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4 until you successfully negotiated a contract. And that is a process that is only used in these A&E and related disciplines contracts. Some of the things that you want to look for in negotiating rates are the proposed salary scales that are embedded in their cost proposal consistent with what you believe to be prevailing wages for the firm owner or the firm principal, lead architect, environmental architect. I don't know all the related job categories that might be in their proposal. Draftsman, GIS technician, there might be any number of disciplines in there. Do note that regardless of your open meetings laws that may exist here in Utah, that generally rate information is confidential. So if I'm the second ranked firm and I wasn't selected, in my debrief, I cannot ask you, well, what was the cost that you negotiated with the first firm? You're not allowed to tell that. That is confidential information. Or what, if they ask, what are they paying a Draftsman 3? You cannot give out that information. Now, if you've got various sunshine laws that override that stipulation, that state law would carry sway. So with that, I thought I might be able to give you a little bit of your day back. But you didn't ask too many hard questions in the afternoon.
It might all be a little overwhelmed.
Yeah. So when we said this morning at 9:01, procurement's hard. Anybody disagree with that assessment at 4 o'clock?
Elena, I've just sent you the link.
Any questions that you want to ask about any projects that you guys are undertaking currently or think you'll be undertaking in the near future? that you may want to try to get clarity on today that I can hopefully help. I know a couple of you cornered me during breaks and I hope I've been helpful. And I promised you a couple of you, post-session information. I got to do a little homework on. These are the things I do on a plane.
That's what I'm saying.
That's right.
A question about liquidated damages and how people.
Right?
Liquidation damages.
What you recommend there as far as, we just find post-COVID, it's really hard to get people to perform because we haven't really used liquidated damages before in ours because it's worked out fine.
Well, one of the things most people don't realize is if you stipulate that you're going to assess liquidation damages, the contractor violates the terms that trigger LD, and they have to pay you whatever the rate is. You don't get to keep that. FPA claws out and grabs all your LD damages. So, and my advice is typically, if I am going to endure contemporaneous, observable, meaningful financial adverse impacts that their job wasn't done on the schedule that they promised, then maybe LD is justified. But it's certainly not going to put any money in my transit agency treasury, because as soon as FTA learns that I've assessed LDs, they're going to say, write me a check.
And it's more just, just to get them to perform. If
Yeah, in my opinion, there are better contractual administration tools to assure contractor performance than LDs.
what would you recommend?
Oh,
That's a loaded
that's another
question.
6-hour workshop.
Should we do a seminar on bonding? Should we do a seminar on bonding now, or?
Well, bonding's pretty straightforward because FTA follows general federal guidance. We've got mandatory bid bond on construction projects.
And I'm talking outside of construction. So obviously with
Yeah,
that,
so
that's
let me finish LDs. Yeah, my advice generally is good contract or construction management will offset the needs for LDs. The other thing though, with crazier than that shit market supply issues these days, it may not be the contractor's fault. He's behind schedule because he can't get 2x4s. Ridiculous situation we're encountering. The thing that is ubiquitous suddenly is unavailable. And if it is available, it's double the price that we budgeted in our construction estimate. It's absolutely nuts. So in some instances, generally the contractor is not responsible for LDs if it's, acts of God beyond the control of the contractor. I live in North Carolina on the coast. Hurricanes come every 6 weeks nowadays in the fall season. And, when they were building this new bridge, high-rise bridge to our island, they hit hurricanes and it slowed them down. They were still able to finish the job almost a year in advance. So good construction management, I think, is the key principles. And in terms of what those procedures are, I probably have somebody else teach that workshop. That wouldn't be my strong point. With respect to bonding, it's 100% bond, 5% bid bond. Bonding is expensive. If you're a smaller firm, you've got to be careful about over bonding, imposing bonding requirements that could limit the participation of small business enterprises in your procurement activity, or DBE businesses in your procurement activity. So my recommendation typically is just stick with mandatory bonding requirements and don't get overzealous in bonding amounts. It will only come back to haunt you in bid pricing, because if they've got to have a bid bond 200% of construction value, they're going to pay through the nose for it. And guess what? It's going to show up in bid pricing. You're going to end up paying for it. So I like to recommend stick with statutory requirements. And FTA, I think, has 3 required bonding elements. Bid bond, performance bond. There's one other that escapes me at the moment because it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And I'm not afraid to admit that. But there is a 3rd bonding requirement that is fairly consistent with what's in 4220 because it hasn't changed much. It is also in 2 CFR 200. And the newly revised 4220 will most assuredly follow the precedents established in 2 CFR 200.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Well, I hope we presented some information that will be helpful to you in your future procurements. And hopefully you'll never see me in a triennial review at some point in time.
I'm always up for change.
I can give you wherever I say
So one of the reasons working for the association and not you is because if I worked for you, I would just get disqualified because I would have an organizational conflict of interest. And headquarters would not let us work in Region 8. And I like Region 8. So, you know, maybe one day we can do business here.
Well, we're glad that you were able to.
Yeah, because I want the opportunity to come back and razz Caroline for not being here in person.
I know, she's not even on right now.
I know.
Jamie can let her know.
And she knows if she comes down here, I would have taken her out to dinner and socialized. And like I said, we did, if you didn't hear that story earlier, we did compliance reviews in the state of Tennessee for a number of years. And so, professionally, we go back years and years and years. We're thinking about Park City. Anyway, well, it was a pleasure. And I wish you all very well in procurement activities and no findings in your next oversight.